But the two of the most common guesses were Outkick has bought us or On3 has bought us, or we're going to do a show on the SEC network.
Some Barstool.
Some Barstool, yeah. Some thought that as well.
Portnoy had just bought back.
That's right. He's just bought back, and we've obviously got a small relationship, obviously, with Mincy and some of those guys. We've got a big relationship with Clay and Outkick. We've got a burgeoning relationship with On3 and those guys there. And they are all amazing places. And if ever they bought us one day, it'd be an honor to work for any of them. But that's just not today. I mean, we're not ready to sell this thing. We're still building this thing, man. Yeah. We're still building, and this is part of the building process.
And like I've got guys who work at local TV and run newsrooms that are texting today and during the announcements, and they were watching, and they were like, wow, so Peter Burns is not only going to work at the SEC network, he's working with you guys, for you guys, Tom Luganville and Brock Heward and those guys. And that's just, again, a blessing that those guys trust us enough and have developed a relationship enough with us that they would allow us to sort of share space with them on our platform, and they would put their name under our umbrella. That just means the world to us.
Yeah, and I think it shows you. So first off, our sponsors, listeners, and viewers are the ones that got us to this point. Without any of you guys, we obviously would have flown this thing into the mountain. But because we've done so much content with those guys, they've got a good rapport with us, and they felt very comfortable coming on board and doing this.
Yeah, and, you know, we wanted to grow this and give you guys more. And I think this is a great way to do that with some of the people. And we didn't just randomly select these people, like Lance said. These are all people, when we have guests on, we see your comments in the chat room. We see your feedback on Twitter and Facebook and places like that. We know who you guys really like and really don't like. So we aim for the guys you really like. And I think when Dunaway goes back and reads the chat room, he'll see that these are all really, really popular people, all national voices, all know what they're doing, all know what they're talking about, all entertaining. Most importantly, to us, they all get us and they get you. And that's the thing. We have never had regular guests on this show that don't understand our show and don't want to do it the way we like doing it, right? I mean, that's very important to us when we have guests on. All those guys that you saw today are people that get this show, and they're going to approach it the same way we approach it. Otherwise, we'd have never done this.
I don't want to go LeBron here in Miami, but I'm counting more announcements still to come.
Right.
On other shows.
Yeah, I've got a show in mind that people that have been around a while are really going to like.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. That's the one I was thinking about.
Nice little throw.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
Somebody asked if anybody turned us down. I don't think they did.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe we're not done asking.
You know, one reason? That money spends good. Speaking of which, our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa is part of the show today. We appreciate those folks so much, the great Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have met Stuart, the owner, yet. Great dude from New Orleans. He's also got a New Orleans location of Woodhouse. But was talking to him last night about the kickoff party. He's got to fly out Thursday, so unfortunately he's not going to make it. But you know what? You can make it all weekend to the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. You can order gift card online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Center. Tell Stuart and Casey the next round sent you.
So one other thing, in addition to our NIL announcements that we do every year, you guys also know that there are some regulars that join our show during college football, and we'll make those announcements probably next week. And we got some new ones. You notice some of those are actually now doing full shows, so they might not actually appear in the next round on a weekly basis. But the ones that will are ones you very much like. Again, same philosophy. People that get the show and people you like. And I am very excited to make those announcements. I think you'll be excited to hear them as well, in addition to our NIL athletes.
Yeah, and again, I am tickled to death about the Monday morning because I get here early, and just sitting around knowing that a lot of people are driving to work wanting to talk college football in a fun and exciting way, and for us to have that show going on at 7 a.m. now
But you've
Central
got a
Time.
true purpose. Instead of just impressing us that you get here this early,
That's right.
you'll actually be doing something.
I have a
won't be able to hear
reason,
it.
a reason to be here other than bring Forrester coffee from when he walks in the door. Works out good. So that's Monday Morning Live.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Thursday, day 2 of our third year as we get closer to college football. Just 9 days away now from week 0 and a lot to get to, including some possible quarterback announcements today. After our big announcements about our additions yesterday, don't forget tonight is our kickoff party, third kickoff party, second anniversary celebration. We go at Walk-On Stadium Trace, 5 p.m. Central until it's over with. It's the second anniversary, third college football kickoff show for this platform. We look forward to that tonight, hanging out with all you guys, good food and a lot of drink with our great friends at Walk-Ons and Bud Light and everybody who will be there tonight. Forrester, just out of curiosity, I have not clicked on that QR code. Where does that take you? Is that directions? Is that a coupon? Is that what?
Yeah, that takes you to the Walk-On Stadium Trace landing page that's got directions and
All right.
all the information you need to get there.
And you can see the menu. If you've never been to one of the great walk-ons anywhere else in the country, it's a beautiful, one of our favorite locations to watch games. And we'll have NFL Monday night, not Monday night, but NFL preseason football on there tonight, the Browns and the Eagles. So looking forward to it tonight. Hanging out, and then if you want the party not to stop, you can go to Odie's later tonight, and we get a little.
Well, we're gonna have to. We have to I don't know what.
Well, I heard you walk in. I wanted to see what songs you'd be singing tonight. With
Johnny
that
Cash.
voice, I was expecting a little Johnny Cash is going, maybe a little Randy Travis.
I said, unless you guys want to do a Crash Test Dummies show.
That too, yeah.
This is going to be a rough one.
Well,
Can you give me a little bit of the chorus of their one hit?
Yeah, you got it, man.
Odie's team trivia last night, he showed up, and he was with no guitar. And, of course, the first category the Will hits on is Name That Tune.
Of course.
The second category the Will hits on
Name that tune. That's the way it goes.
I would say out of 7 spins, we probably got 4 Name That Tunes.
Yeah, and Will said, look, if you need to tap out, you need to tap out. So
Yeah. No, but
I mean,
we made it through.
Probably should have gone to the bullpen last night for you on that, and maybe you should be like, getting
I
a
thought about
steroid
that.
shot today.
I thought about it. If I'd have known it was that bad, Brown, you could have filled in, right?
Well, yeah, but I can't sing. I mean, the Name That Tune would have been no different with me there than Rockstar there.
Neither can LT. That's not
That's not him.
Yeah, right.
The steroid shot, it's almost I've developed almost an immunity to it. I've had it so many times.
How many? How long are you supposed to space those out unless you're trying to break the all-time
The
home run
last one
record?
I had was before we had. I did one in February before we did the Black Jacket show at BJCC.
Yeah,
'Cause I
aren't
started
you
getting
supposed to
sick that
space
week.
those out like 6 weeks, or is it
No,
6
it's
months?
longer than that. It's 6 months. But
My old doctor, who I think is retired, I changed doctors. He was very strict about that. I used to get them all the time,
Right.
because of my throat in television, and he would only give me 2 a year.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
every
know.
6 months.
That's-
I thought that was the rule of thumb.
yeah, I don't know if you remember the episode with Logan Roy where I think he was going to Shiv's wedding or he had to go somewhere. He had to go to that banquet to speak. And his doctor's like, this is bad for you. And he's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Shoot me up.
I mean, it's hard to beat the feeling you get from a good steroid shot. Like, I see why if you're trying to break the all-time home run record, you're addicted to them.
Well, you got one yesterday, right?
I did get one yesterday because I was getting a little bit of a sore throat, had some drainage, hadn't had one in a while. And I don't know if y'all noticed this, I was next level yesterday. I was a little charged up, a little extra energy last night, a little extra energy when I was trying to go to bed. It'll get you going, man. I like the feeling. Like, I wish you could do a steroid shot.
Well, I mean, what's the difference from the steroid shot that is and the one I take every week?
I mean, sure, it's a higher dose.
Yeah,
you got a low dose.
Well, and it's a different form of steroid.
I remember
too.
there was like.
By
used to
the
be-
way, just full disclosure, I'm supposed to be taking this much. I'm taking that one.
Oh, it's obvious.
I bet man can
It's
have
obvious.
Boy, I can tell.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
The best of those.
Those
initially,
white jeans.
those
yesterday
white
morning.
jeans. Yeah.
When you take them before, like 2 or 3 years ago, I mean, it was 2 shots. One was, hey, that's okay. The second one was like, all right, this is going to be a little thick. It was like toothpaste. I mean, you can like Feel it going in your veins.
I like when you feel bad, when you feel like you sound, or when I feel like you sound, Rockstar, I normally go to the doctor and ask for the cocktail, which I think is the steroid and rocephin.
No, okay.
No, it's some sort of drug that helps it. And I always tell them, give me a man dose, man. Let's don't screw around like some 100-pound woman you'd give it to. I'm a 210-pound man. Give me a full dose.
Yeah, Lunsford, you're exactly right. Because when I started doing my prescribed amount, I got about 5 yards of my drive. When I sucked a little bit more into my syringe, because I do it myself, went about 10 yards further. If I just did the whole vial, I'd go about 15 yards further. So I understand what Barry Bonds
Where do you inject yourself?
Right here in the love handle.
Okay.
Boom.
And rotate each side. Each
Yeah,
week.
you can't let it callus up.
Then I got to massage it in.
That's right. What a show. You do it every day?
No, not every day. I mean, I'm not,
Again, you're not chasing the home run record. I know.
My head size hasn't changed
You
yet.
ever thought about doing it in your temple or your heart?
Jeez.
Trying to kill me off right here, man. He's trying to kill me off.
How about Charlie in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room? Took off work today.
I saw that.
Just so he can drive down for the kickoff party tonight.
He's from the Shoals area.
First round's on us for you, Charlie. Let us know when you get there. We got your first round.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people reach out coming from not Mobile, from Montgomery, from Huntsville.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people there tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It was awesome last year. I think it'll be even bigger and better this year.
I'm not in charge of counting the first 100 people, but I think I saw on one of our releases the first 100 people get a celebratory, a one-of-a-kind, one-time only T-shirt.
Good-looking shirt, too.
For the anniversary. It is a good-looking shirt.
Good news is you don't have to count just when they're out.
That's right. Who designed it? You told me who designed the logo?
I didn't.
No, I thought somebody said the reason I like it is so-and-so designed the logo. I thought you said that.
I did say something like that, but I'm not repeating it on the air. Yes.
Okay.
I think you said Tommy Hilfiger, right?
I'll tell you about it in the commercial break.
Tommy Hilfiger, dead or alive?
So there.
Dead.
I think he just recently died, massive heart attack.
I think he's still
I think he's still
alive.
alive.
Do you, Rockstar? How old do you think he is?
Because I remember when his daughter won that MTV show. It was a reality show.
I don't know, but I think his style crashed and burned in the 90s, didn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it burned bright and fast. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I bet you he made $1 off of it.
Oh,
buddy.
yeah.
Mike says he's driving all the way from Oak Mountain to be there tonight. Josh is coming all the way from Helena. Michael's coming up from Wetumpka.
Whoa.
Hell,
Look at
Michael,
that. Come on.
I don't think, Michael, I realized you lived in Wetumpka.
I'm looking forward to Michael's one of my my hype guys over that.
He likes you some dogs, doesn't he?
Yeah, man. I
y'all
can't
talk dogs.
wait to meet Michael.
Michael, you bringing the wife, Sarah, I believe, and the baby? Are you bringing the baby?
The baby?
What's B? That was A. What's
Yeah,
B?
it was the baby.
A is wife, Sarah. B,
Okay.
the baby.
How in the hell do you know his
Silicaga?
wife's name?
Hey, guys, done away for you.
Good profile.
She
Good
probably
profile
shows off feed on Instagram.
I'll tell you 100% how. She's the one that reached out for us to say happy birthday to Michael.
Oh, and it stuck with you.
Originally.
okay.
And the name stuck.
Memory on you.
Tommy Hilfiger, 72 years old, had a birthday March 24th. So he's still kicking, man. He's
Okay.
still kicking out the
Still
clothing.
counting that money.
Still counting that cash.
I bet he's got some really bright glasses on today.
Probably does. You know,
He's an outside guy, right?
Right.
I always picture him being by a beach or a pool.
This is sad. When I'm on Wikipedia about somebody I don't know,
At a polo event.
Normally it's to find age, and I find the age, and the very next thing I do, we've talked about this before, the very next thing I do is scroll down to see the controversy section.
Yep.
You know how Wikipedia's always got the controversy
What
section?
is Hilfiger's?
Well, he's got some criticisms, sweatshop situations there. You had him a little sweatshop.
Right?
Yeah.
Mass production.
Yeah.
I mean, if this thing gets big enough, we're going to be running a sweatshop, right?
Yeah, there are days we do up here. That was really only it. That was the old sweatshop deal.
Oh, number 11 and 12 are back there saying, what have I signed on for?
Yeah.
I got to do all what now?
Rocky, your wife reached out and asked if Chili was coming to the party tonight.
What was the answer?
What was the response?
Probably, I will tell you, I picked her up from Creative Dog Training yesterday. They do just a fabulous job. I was at the Summit location right behind Cabo Heights. They've got one in Homewood. They also trained Ladybird. But she's got some basic commands down. She came to Odie's last night. Rocky, you saw her, didn't you?
I did. I saw her. She looked very similar to somebody.
Hey, there she is at Creative Dog Training right there. Look, they said day one she didn't want to play with anybody. She was running with the 4s. Now she's running with the 6s, which are the big active dogs. Ran them into the ground, Damien said.
That's her on the right, bouncing around, having the most fun?
Yeah, the best-looking dog out there with the most energy.
Yeah, well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But yeah, she did great at Odie's last night. Laid on the patio, met some people, and she might come out tonight.
She big spoon or little spoon?
She's either spoon.
Yeah.
Like when I came out during
you let
break,
her run the bed, don't you?
when I came out break last night, she put both paws around my neck.
Did you give her some tongue?
I did.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Absolutely.
I do not like dogs licking.
A part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we get into some other things, we've gotten a quick glimpse of Chile here in the first segment. Dodgers have won 10 games.
They have.
And the Rams are getting ready for another exhibition game.
Life's good.
Check.
Yeah, that's
First
right.
segment for you. If you'd like to check off at roof inspection, you haven't had it inspected in a while, you can do it with Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned. He and his wife run the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. How does that help you? Well, first off, Greg understands the community, right? He's going to be here forever. He's part of the community. He and his 10 kids and grandbabies and all that are going to be here forever and ever. Amen. So it's good to have a local guy who's going to handle your roof. The most important thing of your home is the roof, right? It protects everything underneath. He'll get up there. He inspects it himself. A free no-cost roof inspection to see if there's any water entry points or damages or any of that. He does roof repairs, puts on new roofs, roof damage and storms. He handles all that. But get to know him with that free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. I usually pause right there because lately that's been when we made an announcement about a new show. Is there
Jim up next. No.
Is there a new show now that we're announcing today?
No, we got more to come, though. We were not finished. Don't think we were finished yesterday. That's Scott is showing you everything we announced yesterday. That was just yesterday's announcements, by the way. More to come.
I will tell you, man, the
feedback. A few more things at formation.
And I saw y'all's text thread when we were at Odie's last night. But the feedback was amazing yesterday from texts from people around the country.
Yep.
From just seeing people like at Odie's last night.
Yeah.
And all of the congratulations and the excitement. It's pretty awesome.
Well, the thing I enjoyed the entire hour yesterday, but one of the things I enjoyed the most is, and I know, look, there's nothing the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room likes more than busting our balls. I get it. That's just the way we all treat each other as men, right? And everybody was like, they have oversold this, they've oversold this, they oversold this. I didn't see a whole lot of that in the chat room yesterday, so I felt like we delivered on what we promised. You were worried about that, Jim.
I was, yeah.
You were very worried about that. Jim, you worry about everything. You're worried about that, and I thought we'd deliver. I'm sorry, Jim, you don't worry about everything.
No.
I wasn't worried about it. I was right there with you. I wasn't worried about it. I just assumed.
It doesn't play that way in his head, but yes, thank you.
I just assumed that. No, the way we're built. When you get and it's for any of us, like if you heard an announcement was coming and you hear it, you're like, okay, well, that's cool, but it didn't do that much for me. I just figured there would be some of that. Yeah. I was with you on that.
My favorite part was how the people that we added yesterday were so willing to jump on and line up in formation so we could unveil them one at a time like that. So that was really neat that not only was it the announcement, but you had the faces and the voices that were there for the process. So no announcements today
None
or
today.
Tonight.
None today.
On the new shows. Just we'll get that out of the way because some people were expecting maybe some more today. So that's not happening as far as we know. Maybe news will break on a new show over the next 3 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah,
it's all said and done.
I wish there was one we could announce. I really do.
Well, I'll tell you what.
A couple of them hit it in the I went back and last night when I got home and between the announcements and Booker, I went back and read every comment.
Oh, did you really?
And a couple of people got a show or two right. That's still to come.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's still a few things that we're working out just contractually. We want to go ahead and announce as much as we could, but there'll be some more. We're not done.
Yeah.
Never done, are we, Jim?
And the one thing that is that got asked a lot, Bama and Bourbon will crank back up soon with Aaron Suttles. That is not going anywhere. That is a staple here. And Mystery Fifth Hour is continuing as well. And that will continue. So
August 29th is what we're looking at, Bama and Bourbon.
Bama and Bourbon. All right. We'll give you start dates and times and all that. Maybe an easy to reference chart of when things will be available for you, something that almost like a viewer's guide or a listening guide. Either way, you want to look at that at some point when we get all that out. That just gets you rolling. Elliot says V Money is definitely coming.
I mean, the impact that she made, and she was on the show. Was it just one?
Just
day?
one. Well, I mean, she was with us 2 days. I don't know what the counter got it to. Rockstar, did you get a final total on V Money mentions?
Oh, I did not. Scott, did you get one?
It was, I think, in the 700s last I saw Scott.
I think we were up around 9,000.
9,000 is what Scott is estimating. I know you guys loved her. Convincing her to uproot everything she's doing and move from Ocean City, Maryland to Birmingham, Alabama seems like a very difficult sell.
Yeah, and she's got a serious boyfriend, a fisherman down there.
And a photography business.
Yeah, so she's got a lot going on. And
We have lakes and cameras.
We do.
That's true, Dunaway. Now, she came on to set a couple of times to bring us drinks, but the real story behind it is on that Thursday, I wasn't feeling great, so I was like, you want to read trash today? And that's when she came on set when we were set up in the bar.
Read trash,
and read trash. That was really the only time she came on and actually talked to the audience.
To talk to the audience. But when you have attractive woman poolside and lakeside walking around handing you frozen drinks throughout the course of a show, it's always a good look.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
I think women are 20% better looking on golf courses. I've had that philosophy since the early 90s. Hence why
definitely 20% better looking on this set.
Yeah, that's right.
That's probably higher than that.
You walk in here, but that's the point, right? On a golf course, they're mostly men, right? So any woman out there, especially the cart girl who is bringing you alcohol, I think there's a 20% increase in your looks right there. Boom, 20% better looking than if you were just around a bunch of other women. And I think in that situation,
what is a woman on a sub?
On a submarine?
Yeah.
Is she the only one on the
Yep.
sub? I think you're 98%
Yeah,
better looking.
that's right. If you can fog a mirror, you're probably in the lead.
The actual torpedo is 60% better looking at that point. Anyway, so that's where we are on the show. The party's tonight at 5 at Walk-On Stadium Trace. That's the one near the Hoover Met if you're here locally. One important news note here in the opening segment before we get going. Kane Womack will join us, the coach at South Alabama, at 10 o'clock today. Buster Olney talking baseball with us. Our friends at New York Butcher Shop getting you ready for the weekend as well, LT, and then we'll get into the biggest thing you need to know today.
Yeah, I will read y'all in break a text I got last night from Jim.
Oh, from New York Butcher, one of my favorite people.
And he's just an incredible dude. And he said, look, man, I'm catching up with exactly what's going on with the show. And he said, I could not be more proud of you guys.
That's so nice.
You know, he said, I've been with you since day one, which he has. You know, not only, and he was one of those guys, I think he might have been the first, second, or third call that I made when we were able to reach out and solicit our old clients for SEC Media Days. And I didn't even have to finish what we were doing. He's like, I'm in. And that's the kind of guy that Jim is. He believed in the product. We definitely believe in his product. I think anybody out there, whether you like us, don't like us, you're going to love the New York Butcher Shop. The finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop. Get in, tell Jim and that great staff Next Round sent you. 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Brody says, and this is what I think you need to know today, of the quarterback situations in Auburn and Tuscaloosa. First in Tuscaloosa, Brody says, I don't know if y'all saw it yesterday, but Lonergan took some first and second team reps yesterday. It's going to be 2016 all over again. You talk about a quarterback mixed bag in Tuscaloosa when you got the true freshmen rolling in and taking some first team reps. It's an in-depth observation going on by the Bama coaches.
There is a narrative, whether true or not. I'm not saying this is 100% true. So understand all I'm saying is this is a narrative, is that Alabama liked Lonergan better than they did Arch Manning. So when Alabama got Lonergan, Arch Manning went to Texas. There is a narrative in Tuscaloosa that they got the guy they wanted of the two. Now,
right. Most people did not believe that when they were putting that narrative out.
That's what I was about to say. That doesn't mean it's true. You're right, Jim. Right. I mean, that sounds like something you say when you don't get the date with the girl you want and you end up with some other girl. That's who I wanted anyway, right?
That's right.
But there is also no slam dunk that tells me Arch Manning's going to be a better college quarterback than Dylan Lonergan.
No.
Yeah, or Holden Geriner or any other quarterback.
Because people always question the competition Arch Manning played and didn't impact Peyton or Eli. But people question that school and who you play, and that Lonergan, even though it was, not apples to apples for him either, as far as the best competition. It's a different guy. It's hard to imagine that kid's going to be better than Arch Manning because I'm drunk on the last name.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, if it were Arch Simpson,
Well,
you would say, well, I don't know. This Lonergan kid might be better.
To the point at hand, though, with him taking reps now in practice, it could be one of two things. It could be, wow, we hear Buckner's turning the football over now. He does have experience. Jalen Milroe turning the football over. A lot of experience and a lot of upside. Ty Simpson, just the green guy that is only taking 5 collegiate snaps. Lonergan's a guy that maybe you might really be evaluating him, or it might be a way to push these other guys.
Yeah. Well, and they referenced 2016 here. If you'll remember, you go back in the spring game, and I didn't say it, so I didn't predict it.
This is the same thing.
But I watched the spring game, and I was like, man, that Jalen Hurts guy, he's fun to watch.
But you know why we didn't say it? You know why we didn't say it? Because you thought, hey, he's a freshman. He's not going to start, so why even bring it up?
Yeah, but
I remember the same thing watching the spring game thinking, he might be the best one. I don't know.
Well, he looked better that day, but I didn't say it, so I'm not going to say I predicted Jalen Hurts, but I didn't say it. But I watched. I was sitting up there in the press box watching. It's like, and he's more productive than anybody else. And then, Blake Barnett was the big recruit. And you get there in 2016, and Barnett's won the job. He starts out there, runs out there, boom, here comes Jalen Hurts. The rest is history. He's now, Jordan Brand, MVP candidate, NFC champion. So they reference 2016 here as like they may have a starter at some point, and then before you know it, another kid could be in there, and he could be the quarterback for the next two years or 3 years. And you never know in these situations. On the other side of the state, and we'll talk more about that throughout the show if you'd like to as well. But on the other side of the state, there is a belief today could be the day that Hugh Freeze maybe doesn't settle the 1, 2, and the 3, but we could get a QB1 announcement today.
There is that thought so I've talked to some people then at Auburn today, and coming up a little bit later on today, discussing it if it does happen or not. A new episode of Village Vice is going to drop over on our Disrupt Media YouTube, and we'll tweet all that out.
That'll be their 4th episode of the week?
Episode 3, I think. If I'm not wrong. I've had a lot going on this week. I think it's episode 3. Jason Campbell on their latest episode. You guys giving some good feedback to that one, so you can go catch that. Village Vice, go subscribe in the Ward Down Pods section. Ward Down Pods YouTube channel as part of our Disrupt YouTube. And they'll discuss it either way, obviously, but there's some speculation that Hugh Freeze might name QB1. And I'd be interested, and maybe we can do this in the next segment, on what you guys would set the number. What's the betting favorite? Okay. How would we handicap that?
So when we come back, how we rank the quarterbacks at Auburn, how we think the betting odds would be if I don't know, you could bet on that at mybookie.ag as you take a look at the quarterbacks down at Auburn, getting some work in there, maybe a QB1 announcement in Auburn later today. Something we'll keep an eye on as we move forward. Next segment coming up. Also, at some point today, maybe to wrap up this hour before we do Kane Womack, can we just open up the chat over there to just questions you may have about yesterday's announcements?
Yeah.
Like, I still have been getting a few texts of like, okay, explain to me, where do I go to get this or that and that? So maybe we can do an educational portion of the show today for some people who may still be a little confused about that. That's all coming up this hour before we get back to college football and Kane Womack to start hour number 2. The show being brought to you in part today by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports at Montevallo. From women's softball to lacrosse, men's and women's basketball, you name it, they've got everything but football at the University of Montevallo. If your son or daughter want to continue that high school sports career, Montevallo is a great place to look in Division II. But it's much more than athletics at Montevallo. Great business school, broadcasting school, a lot of great teachers go to the University of Montevallo as well. And, future lawyers and politicians, you name it, Montevallo has been the launching point for so many successful careers. Could be the perfect place for your son or daughter, and a great price point when it comes to tuition. Get that in-person visit right now at montevallo.edu, and more details as well. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Braves finish off a sweep of the Yankees last night, an amazing walk-off at Wrigley. With Christopher Morel, walked it off a 3-run homer. Cubs beat the White Sox. I don't care what the records are. When those two teams play each other, it's fantastic drama. And to get the walk-off was really, really fun. Last night, they were at Wrigley. So the Yankees are under 500 for the first time this late in the year since 1995 after getting swept by the Braves. And we'll talk to Buster Olney about that coming up at 12 Central today, starting the final hour of the show. That's coming up a little bit later on. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Legacy. Before we get back into Auburn football, Legacy is a proud supporter of UAB athletics. They're the home of Legacy Pavilion, the practice facility at UAB, and they've been helping the education and healthcare industry for 60 years. 60 years right there. Down on the south side. And they have a ton of things that helps you financially, like unbelievable car and truck loans with our friends at Legacy. They've got everyday checking as well. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and you get your direct deposit 2 days early. And then the lifestyle loan. Sometimes life comes at you fast, the speed of life, if you will. And you need some quick money, unexpected medical expenses. Maybe you want to take a dream vacation or update your backyard or something. You can get a lifestyle loan with no collateral and affordable low rates right there with our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. This is Auburn offensive lineman Gunnar Britton talking about how Coach Hugh Freeze and the staff has filled some holes through the transfer portal this year
from quarterbacks to offensive linemen, just about everywhere on the field. You'll have maybe some new faces for your Auburn Tigers. Here's Gunner.
I mean, I would say we built something really nice in the spring and to add guys into it. And kind of, Freeze talks about a lot, is filling the holes is kind of what I feel like we've done over the last 6 months of recruiting and stuff. And I mean, even bringing in guys like me that are ready to play now. That's a lot different than when I got to the college. You couldn't do that. Like, that wasn't a thing. Like, you just had your roster. You could add your freshmen, but most times, I mean, you're going to have a couple freshmen to play, but not all 25 are going to play. So now with the portal, being able to kind of win now, and I believe it was TCU last year did it a lot, where they added like 40-something guys from the portal, and everybody's like, what are they doing? And then they go play for a national championship, and you're like, okay, well, maybe there's a method to the madness.
Okay, really in-depth thought there from Gunner on the offensive lineman on using TCU last year, sort of a comparison for this Auburn roster. That includes the quarterback position, and Brown wanted to ask, betting odds on who would be the starting quarterback if we were in Vegas right now.
If Hugh Freeze names it today, what do you put the betting odds on it?
I would say your long shot is Holden Gerner.
And you put him at what?
Plus 500.
Okay.
I would go Robbie Ashford at plus 300. And I am going to make Peyton Thorne a strong minus 220 favorite.
Oh, 220. That's a heavy favorite.
Yeah, and if you notice the plus and a minus.
Yeah.
So that's a huge difference.
Well, that's a heavy favorite, though, isn't it?
Peyton Thorne's going to be your starting quarterback.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it wasn't.
Yeah. If Peyton Thorne starts the first game and does not get injured, does he start 12 games in the regular season?
Oh, that's – here's the thing. I mean, Hugh Freeze he's building a culture, and he wants, obviously, this team to get better each and every game. But if you start making mistakes and you maybe want to try some of these other guys out, I don't know. I think there's going to be a package for Robbie Ashford. He's way too athletic. And there's too many things in Hugh's scheme that he does that allows the quarterback to get out there and do his own thing.
And there's nothing wrong. We've come away, it seems like, from the Wildcat package. We don't use that phrase as much anymore, but there's nothing wrong with substituting your quarterback. Hell, we saw Cam Newton come off the field in a Wildcat situation.
Never made any sense to me, by the way. That was one of the weirdest things Gus Malzahn ever did.
Yeah, taking the best player in the history of not the history of Auburn football, but one of the best players.
Discussion.
Yeah, I think more for Robbie Ashford, it would be packages where, the point is to run the football, but it would be safe throws that he would have the option to have.
I don't know if you'll see it be. Do you guys remember in the 1995 Auburn football season, Pat Nix was the starter, but Damian Craig was such a good athletic quarterback that wasn't quite refined as a passer yet. You couldn't keep him off the field.
Is it my left or right nut you've got?
It's your left.
Okay. Hugh would give his left to have Damian Craig as his starting quarterback.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely. Especially, what Damian Craig became.
No.
And I would say, well, you could almost go every team in the league would take Damian Craig last year at Auburn.
Yeah.
This year, every team in the league?
Yeah, I think they would. I think he would start over Jaden Daniels, KJ Jefferson.
Yeah.
I do.
Wow. I mean, Damian was good. Don't get me wrong.
Damian was
really good. But if you remember, Pat Nix was the starter in 95, and when Auburn would get down, I can't remember if it was simply the red zone or inside the 10. Like if they got a first and goal inside the 10, a lot of times Terry Bowden would pull Pat Nix and put Damian Craig in there. I don't know that you'll go that far, but I'm with Lance. The change of pace. And I'm not, I watched Peyton Thorne a little bit at Michigan State, but I'm not. How would you rate his mobility at Michigan State? And I'm getting to a point here. Average? Mm-hmm. Because I don't know if you guys remember when, and you'll have to help me with the name. I've just gone blank. The kid that transferred from Oregon to Ole Miss.
Jeremiah
Masoli. And I remember watching him at Oregon thinking, whoa, this kid's fast. And he got to Ole Miss, and SEC speed around him, he looked slow.
Yeah, he was actually more like Tua.
Yeah, I mean, he was slow when he got to Ole Miss. So if you think Peyton Thorne has average mobility in the Big Ten, what's that mobility going to look like against SEC defensive speed, right? It's not going to be as good. So I'm with Lance, Jim. I don't know that you probably won't see some Robbie Ashford and some change of pace type stuff.
Yeah, and just to let you know, here were Peyton Thorne's rushing numbers while he was at Michigan State. First season, 25 yards, 47 carries, a touch.
Well, keep in mind that in college, sacks subtract.
Second year, 82 carries, 181 yards, 4 touchdowns. Last year, 60 carries, 42 yards, 1 touchdown. And I would like to see how many times he was sacked, which was probably quite a lot.
But I mean, he's not running the ball a whole lot.
I mean, he had a long run of 38 in 2020. He had one of 32 in that special 2021 season, and he had a long of 21 last year.
Yeah. But you see a lot, not as many as you used to, but a lot of NFL guys who only run when everybody has, Tom Brady even ran the ball some.
But if you're stereotyping,
he was the toughest quarterback to ever watch run, by the way.
Last year in his mid-40s, still running that late in his career.
If you're stereotyping Hugh Freeze quarterbacks, part of the stereotype would be a mobile quarterback, though, right? I mean, you had that a little bit in Bo Wallace. You had it in Chad Kelly. You had it in Malik Willis.
Yeah, Malik Willis, I think, is the quarterback he would like to have. Yeah. And somebody over in the chat room just said if Hugh had his way, he would love, because there are things you can't teach Ashford. He's got that athletic ability.
Rockstar will have our 4 downs a little bit later on. A couple other college football notes in this segment right here, and then we'll sort of do an Ask Us Anything in the next segment. We won't answer everything, but we'll if you got any questions about our announcements yesterday or where you can find it, how it all is going to work, we'll sort of do a little educational portion to the show before we talk to Kane Womack coming up. But Kyle Whittingham talking after practice yesterday. QB2, a little banged up right now. And Cam Rising, QB1, still rehabbing, according to Kyle. And, we're halfway through the lead up to the season, and he says we're banged up, but I guess everybody's banged up. But there is growing concern of whether Cam Rising will be a go or not in that opener against Florida on that Thursday night.
We're 2 weeks out on that one, right?
Yeah, we are. And Vegas believes he's going to be that guy because right now I think they're a solid 8.5, 9-point favorite over Florida. But Bryson Barnes is a guy that does have experience. We saw him in the Rose Bowl last year. I think he is good enough to beat Florida right now. But Cam Rising, if you want to be able to – this sounds so weird. He's good enough to beat Florida, but if you want to navigate that ultra-tough Pac-12, you need Cam Rising. But, I mean, realistically, Florida would be middle of the pack of the Pac-12, at least coming into the season.
I agree, because they're middle of the pack, low middle of the pack against the SEC. What is that number? It's right now, Utah at mybookie.ag. I'll update real quick. Just
8.5.
I've got it at 7 at mybookie.ag. Utah -7, and I wonder if what Jim just mentioned has dropped it a little bit. If that other kid starts, where do you think it goes off?
7.
That'll be a massive win. I don't care if it's backup or not. That's a massive win for Billy Napier. I mean, it was huge for him last year. You go on the road, beat Utah.
They could have Nate Johnson, QB3, starting for Utah, and if Florida wins that game,
massive.
It's a big win for
Florida.
And
massive
who the quarterback
Here's
is.
the thing you got to look at. Utah typically is a team that is viewed as one of the more physical teams of the Pac-12. They don't get pushed around on the ground. But if you go back to the Rose Bowl, Penn State pushed them around. Florida's got a really good 1-2 punch in that backfield. For whatever reason, if Florida could get out to a lead, I would think that Billy Napier probably takes the air out of the ball. And Graham Mertz does have a ton of experience. That game is kind of a fascinating week one game.
Very fast. Thursday night, too. So, you're going to have a lot of eyeballs on that one. You've got, what's the Fox game? Minnesota and somebody, right?
Minnesota, Nebraska.
Minnesota, Nebraska. Yeah,
Don't you have Penn State and West Virginia that night?
Yep.
Too?
No. That's the first Saturday night. Primetime Saturday night. Yeah.
Opening weekend. All right. One more thing. A trivia question, actually, from Saturday Down South. After you tell us about our friends at Slice here.
4 locations for you. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, local ingredients. I was at the Vestavia location this past Sunday, had that Mexicali, the new Mexican pizza. Stop and see the Bajalia brothers. Tell them the next round sent you. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Forrester, I think you were still in school, UAB, Nebraska, out in Lincoln. Did you make that trip?
No.
Okay. Back in the 90s, I think it was the Watson Brown time with UAB. So Memorial Stadium there in Lincoln, 100 years old this year. They played their first game there on October 13th, 1923 at Memorial Stadium, one of the great home fields in college football in Nebraska. Their first game was a 24-0 win over Oklahoma, a little rivalry back in the day. The first game at Memorial Stadium, 15,000 strong. And they talked about, I was reading the newspaper articles on Saturday Down South today about the sight lines and how everybody loved even the balcony seating. We like to call them upper decks, but the balcony seating that they had there, 15,000 strong, 24-0. But Saturday Down South pointed out, what colored jerseys did Nebraska wear in that first game?
I'm going to guess black, and that started the black shirt defense.
Wow, what a great guess,
Yeah,
Brad. That
it's
is
incorrect, yes.
I am going to say that Nebraska wore that would be like the outlandish guess. So white, red, or black. I'm going to go gray.
You're going to go gray. Oklahoma's the visitors. A lot of people, they didn't worry about TV back in the days with the, one team in white, one team in their school colors. So Nebraska wore blue jerseys in the game.
But that was a look.
As a courtesy to Oklahoma, the visitors who were coming to play them in their red and white jerseys. They didn't want to have the same color jerseys, so Nebraska, out of a courtesy to Oklahoma, said, we will wear blue jerseys in the game. So Big Red there at beautiful Memorial Stadium in Lincoln in blue jerseys. This is the first game ever.
You think sports radio that next Monday, though, in Omaha went wild? Let's go to Tony. Tony is out in Tullahoma. Tony, welcome in. Why are we wearing those blue jerseys?
No, I know what happened is all next year is like, think we're going to bring out the blue jerseys this weekend? I heard rumors that the manager's got some blue
Big
jerseys.
Game. Let's go blue jerseys.
For the Oklahoma game. We're going to wear the blue jerseys?
It is known as the nicest fan base and some of the nicest people in Nebraska. Can you imagine if you went to a Nick Saban and said, hey, look, can't wear crimson or white?
Yeah. As a courtesy to Tennessee.
Yeah. Hey, but it worked out for Nebraska. They won the game. Yeah. It's a good first win for Memorial Stadium.
I wonder, I have not seen this or done any research. 100 years later, do you have a throwback blue jersey game for Nebraska?
You know what?
This year?
It won't hurt them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they don't win anyway.
Yeah. Matt Rule brings out the old blues for the Big Red.
What are the chances he starts 2-0? So Minnesota's going to be a really tricky game.
I think he's got a shot because they play Colorado week 2.
Colorado week 2.
Big favorite, yeah.
Nick Saban or Deion Sanders loves fighting. Apparently.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 2. I think the number is 5. There's always 1, but I think the number is 5 of cameras working Colorado around Deion Sanders all the time. So they capture everything. And this included practice yesterday. This is from the fine folks at Colorado. Here's the video playing now of a fight. As they get a little heat. Everybody does in practice. Fight happens. And some people running out there, but not everybody's running out there. And that gets head ball coach Deion Sanders into a teaching mode. Here we go.
He just fought. I seen 2 of y'all walking off over there. And you got to keep teammate fighting. What they do there?
Nowhere.
What they do there?
Not here.
In one fight, we all fight. You understand that?
No, sir.
I don't want to see y'all walking off when somebody's fight.
Yes, sir.
Never again.
One fight, we all fight.
Okay.
Short cameraman.
This is dangerous because I understand what he's saying. You don't want to be walking away. You want to at least be there in the melee to separate, to make sure it doesn't get out of whack. But the problem is now, if let's just say a situation goes down against Nebraska, and then those guys are like, well, hell, we're all supposed to be in. And the next thing you know, you've got an all-out brawl. And what does Deion do there? Does he own it?
Yeah. Well, one fight, we all fight to catch the flags. Nick Saban talks about, stupid penalties. You don't want stupid penalties. And the unsportsmanlike conducts are stupid penalties to him. I understand the mentality, one fight, all fight. I just wanted to ask the question, if I've got cameras around me all the time, is this really Deion Sanders? Is this really the way he feels?
Or does he go back and tell him, hey, I was kidding?
Yeah, or is this for the cameras?
That's for the cameras. Y'all, if there's a fight, y'all stay out of it. Can't get anybody tossed.
How much? I like Deion more and more, and I'm wondering, is it because I get so much access of Deion that I really like it? Because I like the one for all mentality. I like if you're fighting, we've all got to jump in. Even if I'm going to get my ass kicked, I got to defend Lance if we're out on the town. If we're in Ocean City and things start going bad and things, people start jumping on you, I feel like hell, I'm there. I got to jump in with you because it's one for all. I love that mentality, but how much of that is for show because there's cameras around me all the time?
Okay, so you guys have watched reality TV before. I think y'all were big on Big Brother.
Yep. I was for a while.
First couple of episodes, those people are really uncomfortable when they're playing to the camera, right? It's like they know the cameras are around. I think Deion's been around cameras so much, I don't know if he really plays to the cameras anymore. I could be completely wrong here. I've never seen the Kardashians, but I would think after all these years, they don't play to the camera as much as they used to. An example here, we were talking yesterday. 2 years ago yesterday, we did our first live. I felt a little awkward. I felt a little weird. I don't now. This feels like back in the radio days. This is just comfortable now.
When little T comes around shooting stuff, though, I act different. I suck up. I suck in my stomach. I sit up straighter.
Clap.
Yeah, clap a lot.
Yeah, but don't you think, I mean, Deion, when he's on the field, he's always used to cameras being everywhere. I mean, you could be right, but I would just think by this point in his career, he's had so many cameras on him that he just doesn't even think anything about it. But
all right, so make that our first Bud Light poll question today. Deion Sanders with all the cameras around. Is that really Coach Prime? Is that really what the real him, or is he playing up for the cameras that are around? Colorado trying to turn that program around. Deion Sanders got the brand out there and everything, and great access if you're following the Buffs as they get ready for the upcoming season. All right, when we come back, we'll answer a few questions, if you have any, about our big announcements yesterday, those that we can answer. We're not going to unveil any possibilities of new shows or anything, but if you're still figuring out how to navigate all the stuff we dropped on you yesterday, here's your opportunity to ask questions, and Brown will answer it for you when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You know, I can say this pretty simple, and I have many times over the last couple of years. Way to Wellness literally saved my life. My blood pressure through stress and the way I was eating and everything was shooting through the roof. And I had to do something. And my doctor said, you need to change the way you eat, your diet, the way you sleep, the way you handle stress. Maybe only have one full-time job, not two full-time jobs. And Way to Wellness was able to help me with most of that stuff when I stopped by there and saw Leslie and her board-certified team. They helped me initially lose 45 pounds and also drop my blood pressure and my cholesterol numbers. That was very important. They've now helped me maintain that weight. Today I'm a smooth 186. Just about where I want to be for football seasons at 186. You can get information about Way to Wellness, how maybe they can start your weight loss or change those important numbers of blood pressure and cholesterol by going to this website, planforme.com, planforme.com. That takes you to Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No cookie cutter plan. Every plan is different. No contract, no sign up fees, and your first consultation is free. Planforme.com. And all their board-certified professionals there at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. All right, Brown, take it away. Questions in the chat room or any information you need to know about the stuff we announced yesterday with all the – throw the shows up again for us. There you go. Unlocked with Brock Heward, Monday Morning Live, Spittin' Lugs and Ball with Tom Luganbill, The Burnout with Peter Burns there, DJ Daniel Jeremiah, with DJ Football, a look at the NFL, Zach Blackerby, Brad Law with Village Vice, and Neil McCready and Tyler Siskey there with McCready and Siskey, a college football show. Some of you think that's Ole Miss only. That is not the case. In fact, the Ole Miss may never be mentioned on that show.
Yeah. And I actually got some insight. I'll let Neil and Tyler announce it, but some insight on some weekly stuff they're going to do that is actually really exciting. So I think you'll enjoy some of that. We're going to need probably Forrester's mic for some of this there, or excuse me, Lunsford's mic for some of this there, Rockstar. He's probably doing something, right? Am I interrupting Lunsford's work?
I'm here.
Hey, Lunsford. So common question, and I know we'll work on this, but is there going to be some sort of landing page list somewhere where people can see what time these shows drop? Now, one thing, Lunsford, people need to understand, live portions, us every single day, 9 to noon. The Monday morning show with Dunaway and Luganbill, 7 a.m. Monday mornings starting the 28th. And then Siskey and McCready is going to be live afternoons at 2. The rest of this is going to be on demand. And people need to set their alerts, Luntz, but there'll be times where these drop on the regular basis. So is there a chance to get that somewhere where people can look at what times they could expect that?
Yes. So we are building a Disrupt website that will have that information, and it will be at nextroundlive.com as well. And, of course, we'll tweet it out. Once we get all that finalized, we will tweet the schedules out so that way you know when things are going to drop. Obviously, when live shows are, so you can catch them live and interact with them as well.
Michael asked, will any of the new shows have a chat? So those live ones like Luganbill and Dunaway on Monday mornings will, Neil and Tyler will. Just the live ones would have the live chat, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that'll be the best way you can interact on Monday mornings as well.
Yeah.
Will be through the live chat. And I'm right about this, Lunsford. I mean, I'm learning this with all of you guys as well. Monday Morning Live will come on the same platform you're watching us right now, the Next Round site?
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
I got this question yesterday. Hey, man, can you shoot Luntz a text, ask him if our paid membership transfers to the new channel on Monday?
So a lot of people have asked that as well in the chat today. So the paid membership thing is through YouTube on the Next Round channel. The Next Round is not changing anything. So I think a few people thought maybe this would switch over to the new company channel, but that is not the case. The Next Round is not changing. The Next Round is not going anywhere. There's still going to be content on this channel. So that all will stay the way it is. Everything else is just going to be new stuff on top of that, and none of it's behind a paywall or anything. The membership, nothing is behind a paywall either, but all of that will stay here as you're watching it right now.
If you're on the chat, and Jace, I'll just go ahead and say, Jace, I accidentally just deleted one of your messages there. I'm trying to scroll through the chat, and I accidentally deleted. Was that a laughter? Was somebody laughing at me?
That's me coughing.
Oh, God, Rockstar, you died?
So, yeah, I think so.
That really
That
sounded
awful.
like somebody took a knife to a stomach of an animal.
Yes. So, Jace, I did not mean to delete that message. That was my apologies here. And
I saw one. Brandon. I saw one from NH2345. I think he was asking a question about: is there a YouTube channel that you can get all the shows on? That's what the main page is, right, for Disrupt Media. Right?
Yeah, so we'll post with the schedule also where you can find them. So obviously next round content you'll be able to find on the channel you're watching this on. Some of the stuff will be on our new Disrupt channel. Everything Auburn will be on War Damn Pods, like the Village Vice show. And then stuff like Bama Bourbon and Alabama content will be on Roll Tide Pods, our Alabama channel.
Ross, all that's going to be from one place. If I go to Disrupt Media, all that is
you'll have links to all the different channels too. It may be technically on a different channel, like Alabama and Auburn stuff will be on 2 different channels, but we'll link to each channel on the channels that you're on.
Ross asks, is the stuff announced yesterday going to be year-round? Am I getting Brock Heward in the middle of March Madness? Not sure what he adds to basketball season. Some of it will be, some of it will not be. So when I say we're not finished, we're not finished. There will be some other shows. A lot of people are like, do we just go back to the old schedule during basketball? No. I mean, we're a 3-hour show, and we're going to have these other shows year-round. It's not always going to be these same people. Obviously, a lot of the people we announced yesterday, their expertise is football. And a lot of them even said in the meetings, I don't know anything about basketball, so I'm done. When football's over, we're like, that's why we hadn't designed it.
We hope to add a basketball voice or two during basketball season. Mickey says, I listen on Alexa by simply saying play the next round. Question, can I listen to the new show on Alexa by saying Alexa play fill in the blank?
Anything that's live will still be through the channel like we talked about, or like the Monday morning show will be live through that. Anything that's strictly on YouTube, though, you'll have to go to YouTube to watch it. Okay. Or it'll be on some of our social media accounts, too. But yeah.
So on the Alexa question, then, if you want to listen to Lugs on Monday morning
that will be
7
live
a.m., would you say Alexa play
the next round?
The next round, okay. So still just the next round.
Chris said, I feel like I'm in a national sales meeting with my eyes glazed over listening to all the new products we're about to launch. It did feel that way. I don't disagree with you.
They too, we're going to have a concert after this to reward you guys.
And if you all look under your seats right now, we've got a free gift for everybody.
Right. Car for you. Hey, by the way, on our Next Round YouTube channel, we are 5 subscribers away from 15,000. We love the landmarks. 5 subscribers away from 15,000. So if you just happen to be one of the several hundred people sitting here watching us on YouTube, but you have not subscribed, would you please hit that subscribe button and the thumbs up? Very easy to do.
It's free.
But it's free. Both those things help us a ton. It's free, but it helps us a lot. So if you just subscribe, set your alerts, and hit that thumbs up right now, you can get us over 15,000. We would greatly appreciate it.
We'll talk to Kane Womack, head coach of South Alabama, coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap.
205-823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. Hopefully we'll get to see our friend C-Stu tonight at Walk-Ons for the kickoff party. But again, one of the dirty, dangerous jobs out there is cleaning the gutters. You don't want to do it. Call Gutter Cap. They will come out and give you that absolutely free estimate. It's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all the debris out. You'll never clean the gutters again. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Again, call for the free estimate, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The Sun Belt is one reason why I want to keep at least one, if not 2 automatic bids in the playoffs as we move forward. We're about to talk to one of their up and rising programs, South Alabama. They are in the mix last year. They're one of the favorites again this year. Tell us about Johnson RV as we head south to Mobile.
Yeah, Cherokee is the number 1 selling brand in the country. You want to know who the number 1 selling brand from the state of Alabama with the Cherokee dealer is? That is Johnston RV. They sell more than anybody. Travel trailers like Cherokee Gray Wolf, Alpha Wolf, fifth wheels like the Cherokee Arctic Wolf, toy haulers like the Wolf Pack. Payments as low as $199 a month there at Johnston RV Center. And just like us on this show, they appreciate everyone that has served in our great military, keeping this the greatest country in the universe. No discussion about that. The active duty, retired military personnel all get discounts at Johnston RV. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 indicator, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. They bring you our hotline. Coach Kane Womack of South Alabama is on that hotline right now. Coach was in town several weeks ago. We actually share the same representation as Coach. We calls them nothing but trouble. He calls them no trouble. I was able to play golf with Coach. Had a great time doing it. Welcome back, Coach. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing great. Glad to be on with you guys.
Yeah, I bet you they want you to say I was terrible. I hit a bunch of shanks and lost a lot of golf balls. That's what they want you to say.
Well, I thought you and I were going to do like a remote thing on the course, and then they would just from the studio, we would have this deal going. But no, I'm so worried about my own golf game that I don't pay attention to anybody else's.
That's a way to play.
So,
yep.
Hey, so when you were at Arkansas, real quick, did you play with Run DMC? Did you play with Darren McFadden, Felix Jones, and Peyton Hillis?
Yeah. So that
is that why you transferred?
What's that?
Is that why you transferred?
Yeah, exactly. No, I was out. So I played fullback, and blocking for Darren McFadden, Felix Jones was, that's the easiest job in the world is just get the hell out of the way. Don't fill up the B gap. You know what I mean? Just make sure your ass is out of the way before they get through there. So I had a same freshman class with Darren and Felix, and then Peyton was a year above us. We had a nice little run, man. We went to the SEC championship 2006 and lost to Florida, and And but we had hell of a group. That was when we were kind of, we were running that wild hog package and finding creative ways to get those guys on the field, and it was fun times.
You're telling me, Coach, tried to tell you don't lead the other team in tackles on Run DMC to get out of the way. You don't trip them up. That was your main goal in practice? Don't trip them up.
That was the fullback's goal, man. Stay the hell out of the way, man. Let the guys work.
Yeah, I'm interested in the city of Mobile. The Senior Bowl is there every year. How much of that is a recruiting tool for you? Of course, 1 week, national television cameras on your facilities with the whole world of where all the college athletes want to one day be. Do you use that as a recruiting tool for your program?
Yeah, I think you answered the question that you knew. For us, I mean, specifically the Senior Bowl in Mobile is a huge it's a huge opportunity for us. For an entire week, you have 32 organizations represented down here, GMs, head coaches, heads of scouting departments that are using our facilities. They're around our players. They're getting to know our staff, right? And so to have Mobile is I think Mobile is still a bit of a hidden gem. I think when you come down here, I think people are always surprised and impressed in how great the city is downtown. Our mayor has done a phenomenal job of just the development of our downtown area. And so, when you have the Senior Bowl and people come from out of town, and some of these organizations are coming from New York and Los Angeles and Dallas and whatever, right? This is a great place for them to come, and I think they really enjoy it. But for our players and our staff to be able to get to utilize the Senior Bowl for a whole week and the exposure that gives us is really tremendous.
Coach Kane Womack is our guest. He is the head coach of South Alabama. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You're aggressive in your out-of-conference scheduling. Like normally, in normal years, you would look at it and say, wow, they got to go to Oklahoma State. But you open with Tulane. Last time I saw them, they were beating USC in the Cotton Bowl. That's a good team. So, I like that. You are very aggressive, though, when you're out-of-conference scheduling.
Yeah, now I'll be honest, candidly, right? Those things get played out 10 years in advance. I remember when I first got here, our athletic director called and said, hey, are you guys, would you be interested in playing Army in 2031? And my first thought is, well, we got a long ways between now and then, right? So I didn't have much of a hand in those things scheduling wise, but I do think it is an aggressive, for opportunity. It's a great opportunity for us. And when you think about a young program and what we have a chance to build, you got to have moments like these, right? To become a program and a conference that wants to establish itself as kind of the premier Group of 5 conference in college football, you got to have moments where you can knock off great Group of 5 opponents. And so certainly, I would argue this is probably one of the best Group of 5 matchups in college football. Just happens to be week 1 with a team that just came off of a Cotton Bowl win. Obviously, we've got a lot of returning starters on our team, which is excited. 20 of 22, and so it's going to be a really great matchup and a really fun Saturday night in New Orleans.
I know that was a tough loss last year out of conference when you guys go to the Rose Bowl in a game I know you probably think you should have won against a really good UCLA team with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. But is that the moment where you knew, hey, we can have a special season?
I think that was a point where you realized, and I'll be honest with you, I don't mean to sound arrogant going into this, but you see the physicality of our football team. And I think that's one of the things that really sticks out. We're a very physical football team up front on both sides of the ball. We've got some really impressive running backs. And when you're watching the film going up against UCLA, you're going like, this is a game that we really should win. And you don't say with any 100%, right? I mean, you're still going up against a Power 5 opponent across the country. A lot of factors that go into that, but it was an opportunity for us that we felt like we could take advantage of. And certainly I thought we played well at times. We just, in those moments at the end, we made some critical mistakes, myself included, in some decisions there late. So a learning opportunity, but also one that I think, to your point, does build confidence a little bit into your program to go, listen, we've got to start expecting to be in these moments, and when we're in those moments and expecting to be there, we've got to know that we can execute.
When having played in the SEC, so many conferences are 1 or 2 or 3 teams deep at the top, and then there's a big drop off. And then the SEC, I think one of its strengths is top to really deep of really good football. Is that a strength for the Sun Belt Conference last year and going into this year? Is the league's depth?
I'll be honest, I really think when you look at this league, and it may not always be that, right? That, sometimes the strength of the conference top to bottom, comes and goes, and there's ebbs and flows of it. But you look at last year, some of the teams that finished with the lower rankings in our league were also teams that knocked off some of the best in our league, right? And so I think that's an indication of a very healthy league top to bottom. I do think it's really competitive. I think this year, you look at teams and there's a lot of teams that are trending in the right direction. And so it's going to make it very challenging, very difficult. I do wonder, with the conference realignment things and how many conference games do you play on your side of the division and not, and what all do we go to? I think that is going to change the way coaches have to navigate a little bit, similar to how the NFL does, right? Where, you're not going to go through a league unscathed, right? And as we go into 2024, I think we're going to see more of those things in conferences around the country. But it's also one of those, man, if you don't show up once or twice, it can be the difference in an entire season.
You know this as well as anyone. The transfer portal is so important, and you get a quarterback, Carter Bradley, last year from the MAC out of Toledo. He didn't have a ton of experience. How did you guys find each other?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I was so impressed with what Carter Bradley was able to do. I think some of that is underrated, how impressive that was for him to come in and execute at a high level. I've been close with his father, Gus Bradley, for a number of years, even I would say a mentor of mine. Gus was the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, been a D coordinator all over the NFL. He's now the DC for the Indianapolis Colts. And so I'm watching this film on this Carter Bradley kid, and they start talking about him, and his dad is an NFL coach. And I'm like, holy cow, this is Gus's son, right? So we start making those connections. The kid's arm talent is uncanny. I mean, when he lets the ball go, it looks like, what it's supposed to look like at a high level, and probably even the next level, as you start talking to these scouts. And so, he kind of got noticed. He came down here, hit it off with Major Applewhite. They've had a tremendous relationship, really just jive with kind of what both of them were expecting and kind of how they grew together last year. And then, when he committed to us, man, the floodgates opened. He started getting Power 5 offers and this and that. But if you know anything about Gus Bradley, Carter Bradley's exactly they're just loyal people. Their word is their word, and so we were able to hold on to him, and what an incredible get for us.
South Alabama coach Kane Womack. When Kane Womack wants to get away from football and unplug to the extent you can, you do what?
Play golf with Ryan Brown.
That's more frustrating than football, I promise you that. What do you watch?
I do. I like I like to go play golf. I've got 3 boys at the house. They're all into it, and we get to go out there and share that. That was a key decision. I figured if golf was going to be my hobby, I was going to make sure my kids had that same hobby so that we could enjoy some time together out there going and playing. We're water people. I enjoy kind of getting away, and we like to go, sometimes down to the Grand Hotel right across the bay. That's a blast for us to go down there and let our kids play. And there's a lot going on in our life right now. First, being a head coach, and then on top of it, you've got 3 little boys, and so we run pretty fast these days.
All right, move-in day on campus tomorrow. I'll be down there, Coach. If I need to come by and draw up some plays, you need me to draw up a tight end play or something like that for you?
Yeah, we're open to any and all suggestions. I can't Can't say they'll get called, but we'll certainly take a look at it.
Anything to get away from moving in a bunch of stuff for a 18-year-old girl, I'll come do it. I promise you that.
Well, I was going to say you'll have your hands full there, I would imagine.
No doubt. I think the high's in the 90s tomorrow, Mobile. So, all right, I'll be looking for some air conditioning. Coach, thank you very much for the time. Good talking with you again. Good luck.
Yeah, great being on with you guys. Appreciate it. And Jay's up.
All right, take care. That is it. Jay's up. I've learned that from Ann and Kate. Jay's up. That's their thing right there.
Jay's up.
Jay's up, y'all. So that is Coach Kane Womack, the head coach. I never know which one to use, Dunaway. I just put them both up.
I would go this way.
Yeah.
So a lot of guns up, and Louisville's L up.
L up. Guns up. Coach Womack with us. I like him. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Sunbelt coaches in the state of Alabama are two pretty good ones, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's two pretty good coaches right there.
Summerall and
yeah. Kane
and
Womack.
man, those guys, they've got big-time futures, and it's going to be fascinating. I know you've been talking up the Sun Belt for a while, but the way that conference plays out this year,
So
and
deep.
you know, Tulane, all these Tulane fans are saying, man, week 2, we got Ole Miss coming in. Well, watch out week 1, because I'm not going to be surprised at all if the Jags win that game.
Yeah, and in that league, they're one of the favorites. Troy's one of in the mix there. Billy built something good in Louisiana. Just that league continues to grow. Southern Miss, Marshall is just good football.
Boy, I mean, he mentioned a name, and I remember that Major Applewhite was on that staff. I had not been thinking about him, though. That's a heck of a career arc for that guy. Started out really, as Nick Saban's first offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa. That didn't quite work out to Texas. That, hit a bumpy road for him, unfortunately. Head coach at Houston didn't work out. Now he's the offensive coordinator at South.
Great job.
I know. Offensive coordinator down at South. So, I mean, the guy's always had head coaching or coordinator jobs, but it's just an interesting career arc for him. And you wonder if that program continues to have success, what might be next for Major Applewhite.
Caleb says always the left, never the right on Jay's up. So always the left.
Okay, Jay's up.
Always the left. All right.
So
Thanks for
use
that,
your
Caleb.
left hand?
Left hand, always
Okay.
the left.
Okay.
Does that look like a J to you right there, Rockstar?
Yeah, if you turn it around.
Yeah.
It's a J.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Yeah, that's a J, yeah. Jay's up, left hand.
All right, so we've learned something new today. Do you do your finger like this? You got to do it like this.
Oh, yeah, you want to make a good solid upturn with that J right there, yeah.
All right, so there's a little South Alabama football. We got NFL tonight after LT tells us about Hemphill. Browns and Eagles, -3.5 at mybookie.ag. NFL Network, 6:30 p.m. Central Time, unless you're in the pizza place we were in at Ocean City where they couldn't find any of the NFL games.
Oh, that guy was so pissed.
That guy was so mad. Tell us about Hemphill. It'll always make you happier.
Absolutely. Our friends at Hemphill Services want to remind you right now they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus that free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Lanceslock.com for all the plays through this NFL weekend. One game tonight, a few more tomorrow night, and then a full weekend coming up. Lanceslock.com, Lanceslock.com for those plays there. I'll just defer to you. You're an NFL mind. Browns and Eagles, will we see any of the starters tonight? We'll get a little bit more in their second exhibition game. Is that something you even look at when you're trying to play these games?
Yeah, I'm more so just looking at way numbers move and some of these backup quarterbacks. And look, I've been a Tanner McKee fan since the first time I saw him against USC back at Stanford. He is more than likely going to be your starting quarterback for the Eagles tonight. Then Marcus Mariota, and then Ian Book. You're not going to see any Jalen Hurts, but I like the Eagles tonight. That's your free play.
I got a -4 right here. Is that what you like?
I'm laying the 4. They had every opportunity
MyBookie.ag.
to snap that Baltimore crazy 25-game winning streak in the preseason or whatever. They had the pick 6 from Eli Ricks, and they went for 2 with about 6 minutes to go in the game. They didn't get it. Final score ended a 1-point game. But I like Philadelphia bouncing back tonight against Cleveland.
Wow, so that's moved this morning from -3.5 to -4. So moving like you say. Speaking of moving on the betting line, and this guy is is amazing if you've ever seen video of him. But this past week's Hard Knocks, Vegas magician Oz Perlman was on the show, and he is able. He's an unbelievable mind reader. If you can go look at him, he's been on Barstool platform a couple of times as well. He was able to mind read or however he does it, McCole Hardman's Super Bowl prediction. And he was able to do it and had it on a card for him. Jets 31, 49ers 21. Now, that aired Tuesday night on HBO on Hard Knocks. So what do you think happened Wednesday on Sportsbooks all over America?
Did it really?
According to DraftKings, the most bet game, both handle and overall bet for Super Bowl participants, Super Bowl winner, was Jets and 49ers to be in the Super Bowl, Jets to win the Super Bowl. Both handle and overall bets placed on Wednesday were all off of the prediction from Oz Perlman on Hard Knocks.
Well, I got to tell you this. Oz Perlman, it is incredible to watch him work, but at the same time, he has a he's got a formula.
Have you seen the bit?
I've seen the bit.
No, I mean, it was on Hard Knocks.
No, I haven't seen that.
He's got a table. It was Mecole Hardman, right? He's got a table of puzzle pieces. I mean, I don't know. There's probably 30 or 40 puzzle pieces on there. And he gets him to take his arm and sweep off half the table, right? And he said, you pick any half. Just take your arm and sweep off one half. And then he says, now pick two of them up. And he says, hold them in your hand. He goes, doesn't matter which hand. Just slowly close your hand on one. So he slowly closes his hand. He walks over, he pulls the cover off of it, and he says, and that puzzle piece fits. It's the last piece of the puzzle that makes the New York Jets logo. And everybody's like, and he goes, all right, now you said the Jets going to the Super Bowl. Who do you envision them playing? San Francisco 49ers, like Jim said. He goes, all right, obviously your Jets going to win. What's the final score? 31-21. Picks up the puzzle, turns it around. It's got the two logos on there in the score. I mean, I know he's got a formula, but how he does that, I cannot tell you. I mean, he had Jets. He had the logos on there. It wasn't like he just scribbled them on. They were affixed on there, Jets 49ers, and had Jets 31, 49ers 21.
They would have burned him in the 18th century.
Oh, he would have been rocks to his ankle thrown into the pond. And if he floats to the top, he's a witch. If he doesn't, he's dead.
Can you see his parents? Please don't show anybody that trick again.
I saw a college football coach describe himself as Nostradamus after practice yesterday.
Who did that?
Mike Gundy, of course. He's doing victory laps on everything he's gotten right about the Big 12. But I don't know how this guy does this. I don't know if he's got a side deal with El Diablo or what, but this guy's amazing, man.
We'll get into more NFL coming up on the other side of the show from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. Football season is coming. Always a great time at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino on football Saturdays and Sundays out there. When we come back, a couple of Week 1 exhibition impressions that could lead to some big years in the National Football League. That is coming up right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on The Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Developing news down at Auburn from one of our contributors, Justin Hokanson, right after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, since 1836, family owned and operated, they are your diamond specialists. Get in and see the fine folks at Bromberg's. Again, nothing like giving or getting that silver box. If you're thinking about popping the question, the only place you need to go, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now, Brombergs.com.
Justin Hokanson, who obviously is on the show a great deal, is reporting that Peyton Thorne will, in fact, be named the starting quarterback, is expected to be named the starting quarterback this afternoon. So Hoke with On3 Sports, Lance made Peyton Thorne a minus 220 favorite. You better, I bet that number just went up in Vegas, too. Where you got him now after Hoke's report?
I mean, it continues to go up.
The question is, the window, not even taking bets.
Yeah, that's right. Off the board.
I mean, the question really is what you asked earlier. You know, if I was to put the outside of injury, if Peyton Thorne stays 100% healthy, right, is the starting quarterback number over 1.5 or under 1.5 for the Auburn Tigers?
I think I would take the over 1.5. Now, if you take injury off the board, I don't know if I would. But Hoke's report, Peyton Thorne is expected to be named Auburn's starting quarterback for the season opener. Multiple sources have confirmed to Auburn Live. That's part of On3 Sports where Hoke works. So, I mean, I don't think anybody – I've thought all along, I was a little bit surprised the day Hugh Freeze, that we played the soundbite, that he talked about having his mind made up and then his mind was reopened. I was surprised by that. I've thought it was going to be Thorne from day one.
But as we were discussed, we thought that was more about 2 and 3 and not about the one situation. That sort of plays this out.
Yeah, that could be the case. But when Thorne transferred in, I thought it was him from day one. We've seen him. We kind of know what he is. We've seen Ashford. We know what he is. Holden Gerner is the great unknown. But I think I've got to I think Thorne was pretty much the obvious choice all along.
Yeah, but by the way, they've done nothing meaningful since Hugh made that comment after Saturday's scrimmage. Not a whole lot of there hasn't been another scrimmage,
right?
Just a lot of tape evaluation, and he's going to announce today that it's going to be Peyton Thorne. That tells you that what he was talking about was more about 2 and 3 and not about QB1 there. So that's a big move. Now, Peyton Thorne, if you get what you got with Peyton Thorne behind a good offensive line with a good running back, that was a great season in 2021.
Well, and I think one of the reasons it was such a great season is because of what you had with Kenneth Hill. Kenneth Walker. Yeah, Kenneth Walker coming over, transferring out of Wake Forest. I mean, he had just an incredible year. He was probably the transfer of the year that year. So I don't know. You know, I think Hunter, if he's able to come back and you know, be 100%, I think things are different for Peyton Thorne. I mean, they're going to run first, and that's got to open things up for Peyton Thorne. And outside of even Peyton Thorne, we know absolutely nothing about these wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big story in both campuses, Alabama and Auburn, is one or two guys, Lance, not just one guy. You need one or two guys developing as solid receivers for both these programs. So, and because both of them got a new starter, I mean, it's weird. Alabama and Auburn's offense a little bit at the same spot right now. Maybe not personnel-wise, but just where they are with their personnel, right?
Yeah, and even, with Michigan State winning 11 games in 2021, the numbers that Peyton Thorne had were good. They weren't great. You just wonder if you would take those numbers right now as an Auburn fan. Completing 60% of his passes, 3,200 yards, 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Yes.
But they're pretty pedestrian.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, those aren't great numbers.
But I mean, what are you looking for? What are you looking for from him this year? I mean, are you not looking for?
Give them to me again.
Just a very, I mean, I hate to say game manager, but are you not looking for a game manager there? I mean, if you can get,
I mean, it just depends on how good the defense is. The defense was one of the worst statistically in Auburn history last year, giving up 30 points per game. If the defense is improved by a touchdown and you're able to consistently run the football, then yeah, you probably take those numbers.
Hey, I'll take 336 less yards from Jarquez Hunter than I got from Kenneth Walker, who had 1,636. So if you just give me 1,300 from the running back, I'll take that all day long.
I think Judkins had that last year and led the conference. So you're talking about the leading rusher in the SEC by, pretty good chance what you get out of that.
Yeah, but again, those numbers, 60% completion, 3,200 total yards, 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Auburn fans, I think, would sign up for that right now. If that's Peyton Thorne's stat line this year.
Well, and it's Peyton Thorne's best year, so yeah.
If that's his stat line this year, 10 interceptions is a touch high, but I think Auburn fans will sign up for that right now. 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and that kind of passing yardage with Jarquez Hunter. And if Damari Alston is what the reports are that he's been with Hunter's absence, I think Auburn fans would take that.
Now, something Auburn hasn't had in a long time. It's one of those unique stats. Who's the last 1,000-yard receiver?
Darvin Adams, I think.
I think it's Darvin Adams, 99, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've only had 2 in school history. I think the only other one was Terry Beasley.
Ronnie Daniels would have been 99.
Ronnie Daniels. Why did we say Darvin Adams?
Well, I thought it was Darvin Adams.
No, that's right. Yeah, you thought it was.
Darvin Adams in 2013.
Yeah, I'll go back and confirm that. But I think Lance is right there.
That it's Ronnie Daniels.
It's Ronnie Daniels in 99,
1999, by the way, which is back in the 1900s.
That's right, Jim.
Yeah, the Michigan State season with that great 1,636 rushing yards from Kenneth Walker also had Jaden Reed, who was a 1,000-yard receiver. So when you get a running back in a running game that can go, Peyton Thorne also had a 1,000-yard receiver. So he had a guy who was sniffing 2,000 yards running the football and a 1,000-yard receiver. So he had some weapons around him at Michigan State the year he looked the best. And I think the question will come. I'm not worried about the running back. I think the question will come, do you have a receiver that can step up and be a 1,000-yard receiver once everybody starts sucking up to try to stop the run game?
It's just not as common. Like, I think Georgia, and I think I'm right about this, Lance, I think their only one is A.J. Green. I know that sounds crazy, but I think that's right about Georgia. So, a 1,000-yard college receiver seems like it would be an easy thing to have, Jim. But when you start looking at some of these schools that never have one, that are pretty good football schools,
right?
You're like, it is maybe a little bit of a luxury. I don't know if you'll get one this year out of Auburn. It's been a minute since they've had one. Now, Darvin Adams, Lance mentioned him. He only missed by 3 yards. So when we give that stat, in 2009, Darvin Adams was 3 yards away. So, you at least had one more guy knocking on the door, but I do believe it was Ronnie Daniels the last time it was done, and that is a long time to go.
Yeah, much tougher schedule for Auburn and who they're facing, but there you go. Justin Hokanson, Auburn Live on 3 Sports, reporting that Peyton Thorne will be Auburn's quarterback, QB1, and expected to be named maybe actually by Hugh Freeze a little bit later on today. And you can get immediate reaction from that on our platform, War Damn Pods. War Damn Pods. The show is Village Vice with Zach Blackerby and Brad Law. That should be dropping tonight as well after they get reaction from Hugh Freeze. After his news conference post-practice today, the guys will get behind the microphones and give you immediate reaction to reports now that Peyton Thorne will be Auburn's quarterback. That's they're part of our Disrupt Media family. War Damn Pods, the section, and Village Vice, the show, happening 4 days a week, already off and rolling. It is Village Vice with Blackerby and Brad Law there. We played a little Jason Campbell yesterday for you from that podcast there. And Rockstar, can we go back to yesterday? Can we pull that up, or do we delete yesterday's sound, Jason Campbell? Is that still something we have in our system there? I know it's on the fly. I'd love to hear it again from that podcast because Jason got to see the scrimmage that sort of changed the conversation about who 2 and 3 is. And I think it's going to be that one's it right there, number 9. Remember, Forrester quickly put this together yesterday. Village Vice, this is from that podcast, and this is Jason Campbell, analyst on the Auburn Network this year, who was inside, watched the scrimmage at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and came away with this thoughts about the quarterback situation.
Who wins the quarterback battle right now, if you had to guess?
Man. You know what? I would say, I'll say this. Being at the scrimmage on Saturday, it's always something to be said when the first quarterback trots on the field with the first team. And, you know, Peyton Thorne tropped on the field with the first team and everything. And I think at that point, that kind of tells you what their mindset is. But then after the scrimmage and everything, and you see how Robbie performed, you see how Holden Gurner performed.
Yeah.
I think now it makes you go back and say, okay, let's reevaluate this whole thing and everything. Instead of trying to hurry up and make a decision, let's make sure we make the right decision.
And that's from Village Vice there, our Auburn podcast, War Damn Pods, part of the Disrupt Media there. So, I mean, even in the scrimmage, Peyton came out first, as Jason told us on the podcast there. And usually at this point, if he's still rolling out with the ones, he's the guy in that situation. The conversation quickly be turned to who's the backup. Is it going to be Holden Gurner, who doesn't have a ton of experience, or Robbie Ashford, who got a ton of it last year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who the backup, like if Thorne went down, who would go in at quarterback, but I think you'll see more of Robbie Ashford than Holden Gurner because I'm with Lance. I think you'll see some specific Robbie Ashford situations there. He might be the third teamer on the depth chart, but I think you'll see more of him than Gurner unless Thorne gets hurt.
Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu here. It's brought to you by New Life Art. Every day, what Rockstar is watching tonight. We all, well, of course, will be at the kickoff party. More on that later on. Rockstar will be there too, but Rocky, maybe some late night stuff, or maybe something we can stream today when we're not all hanging out at the party.
Well, you got 7 p.m. on HBO. You guys big Weekend fans? The Weekend?
The guy who sang at the halftime of the Super Bowl when my Buccaneers were world champions, I will love him forever.
He's got a concert live footage from SoFi, so I don't know. I'm sure that's a banging.
He is very entertaining, very strange, and that was one of the worst halftime shows of all time.
You didn't like it?
I loved it because we were running all over the Chiefs.
7 p.m. on Showtime Showcase. You look back now, this is from 1989, how this even got passed and became a cult classic. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's a weird, stupid, they're in a phone booth, it's a time machine, they get Napoleon. And
I saw it in the theaters again.
So did I. But I was like, and it made enough money to make a sequel, but just how dumb it is, George Carlin being in it, just interesting.
But let me ask you, which is more stupid, a phone booth as a time machine or a hot tub?
The hot tub was actually like a huge joke. Well, it was a joke, but so was Bill and Ted.
Yeah, I think both were.
Is the DeLorean the most believable time machine?
Well, originally it was going to be a refrigerator.
Yeah. Oh, that was in the original script, and somebody
at
wanted
least there was some physics to it.
Well, yeah. I mean, you had to get 88 miles per hour, but still.
And it had plutonium.
Yeah.
And then electricity.
Right.
That's right.
And Einstein had to be the first dog. And then 9 p.m. on MGM Hits, we're going to do a Tom Hanks movie. I'll give you the character. First one in. I bet Lance gets it. Josh Baskin.
Big.
There you go.
Oh, I think I might. That's a tie at least.
I'll give you a tie.
Is that, I mean, that was basically his breakout role, right? Because he won the Academy Award for it, didn't he?
He was nominated for his first nomination, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think the toy store in New York City sold any of those dancing pianos?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
I bet it was a huge
And
FAA
I was
Schwartz.
up there this summer that it went out of business.
FAO?
Yeah. Which is really sad.
It is sad.
Yeah, a lot of sadness with stores, brick and mortars that have closed over the years.
Well, I tell you what,
of them.
when I was a kid, Toys R Us was magical. And I remember growing up in Anniston, they built that first one over there in Irondale next to Brookwood Mall and Eastwood Plaza. And I remember wearing my parents out until they brought me over to that Toys R Us.
Well, I remember watching Toys R Us on like the Bozo Show or something. Ray Rayner, if you're going way back. But WGN would have advertisements for Because what was the giraffe? Jeffrey or
Jeffrey?
Yeah, Jeffrey the giraffe.
Yep.
And I was like, damn, why can't we have one of these Toys R Us? And then we finally
we got one, and I wore my parents down. It's like an hour drive from Anniston to come to that Toys R Us. They finally brought me over there. It was a magical spot, man.
Yeah, and that's the way we did it too. Even in the trailer park, we would go to stores and we'd walk around and sort of pick out what we wanted to put on the list for Santa. You walk around the store and you're like, Santa, I would like Santa to bring me this. I want Santa to bring me that. So
Sears catalog, though.
Yeah, I used to love it too. Yeah,
the wish book.
The wish book.
Yeah.
Circle those things.
Oh, and that's what's on tonight. Also, I saw this.
Or would you fold down the corners? What are those called?
Dog ear and circle. I do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, dog ear and circle.
There's an Imagine Dragons live concert at what's the New Vegas stadium?
The Sphere.
Allegiant. Yes. Thank you.
Allegiant. Oh, the football stadium.
Yeah. Okay.
They're on Hulu, and it is incredible that just the amount, because they're from Vegas, but the show they put on, I think they've been together since 2008, and it's amazing. They're very generic. I know people don't like them. Imagine Dragons are slowly becoming the new Nickelback Creed.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But I think Imagine Dragons are so good.
They're so
much
popular, but
energy.
then somehow someone's like, you know what, they suck, and then everybody's like, you like Imagine Dragons. It's just crazy how, but they are very overproduced. The dude gets on like this huge stilt thing that goes like 40 feet in the air where he does the solo to Radioactive. It's like, that's a little over the top.
Well, they're Vegas guys. Yeah. Forrester, I think you might have that picture, speaking of Vegas, of Tommy Firestick and his son. They turned 21, or he turned 21, his son, this past weekend, and they made sure to order a bunch of next round gear that they could take to Vegas and sport it when they were gambling.
Heck yeah.
And they took a picture, and it was overlooking, I think, that, what is that called?
Is
that
Sphere?
the Sphere?
That's the Sphere, yeah. That's a cool photo.
Yep. It's really good.
I mean, how awesome is that, taking your son out there for his 21st?
Yeah, that's a good dad to do that. And it looks like a Christmas snow globe is what they had in the Sphere on that photo.
So Jack has already begged me. He's already talking about it.
Oh, he wants to go see the Sphere?
When I turned 21, you were taking me to Vegas.
By the way, RTD4 says he met Barbara Mandrell at the Toys R Us in Irondale. That's a pretty random celebrity encounter there.
Trying to think of a Barbara Mandrell hit. Country music artist from back in the 70s,
Yeah.
I guess.
They had a TV show. I think they had a variety show.
The Mandrell sisters.
Yeah, Louise was one. I can't remember the other one.
Out of my league there on that one. But one of them just played like the violin, right? The fiddle.
I don't remember a ton about them.
Yeah. Sleeping something in a double bed. Sleeping single in a double bed, or sleeping.
That sounds about right.
More interesting if you're sleeping double in a single bed.
Yeah, that would be an interesting song.
Or triple in a single. Artist Daniel Moore has announced that Masterworks in Oils legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute. Sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order online right now. DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
I was country when country wasn't cool. She did with a possum.
Yeah, EVH93, one of our great female listeners. I was country when country wasn't cool.
Yeah.
I was country when country wasn't cool. I think I got that right.
It's sleeping single in a double bed.
Yeah, sleeping single in a double bed.
If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Missing you everywhere and in my head. I bet that's not the
She's
next
pretty
song.
big in the 80s, Barbara Mandrell was.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, she's big in the 80s.
Yeah, and apparently at Toys R Us. When we come back, that NFL conversation, we got delayed because Peyton Thorne is being named QB1 down at Auburn, and a lot more, including Buster only talking baseball, the Red Hot Dodgers, and the always hot Atlanta Braves with Buster at 12 noon Central, final hour of the show, and Rockstar's 4 Downs after Buster in the final hour. All that straight. Oh, wait. Ken says, my roommate in college dated Barbara's daughter.
How'd that play out?
Ken, I tell you what, use a Barbara Mandrell title and tell us how that played out. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend, available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand, available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
Back with you on the Next Round. NFL football tonight, Browns and Eagles kicking off another week of NFL exhibition play. Remember, they don't play Labor Day weekend. They start the Thursday after Labor Day with their regular season. So another exhibition week after this one, but it's still shorter than it used to be. Eventually, we'll get down to just 2 exhibition games and probably start the NFL season on Labor Day weekend eventually.
I mean, we really don't need exhibition games.
We don't. You know, I was just telling you guys in the break, the left tackle for the Miami Dolphins, Terron Armstead, was carted off at practice today. Frequently, it's as we talk about those scrimmages that are the most physical and most game-like situations, and it's where you get most of your injuries.
I talked about them streaming that for the Ravens the other day. I would have loved to have watched the stream yesterday. Your Rams and Raiders got into a massive fight.
Well, these things happen, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it happens a lot because those guys they're basically in game-like scrimmages for almost a full week, and you're gonna have hot tempers.
As hell.
And it's hot, yes. You're gonna have tempers.
Treylon Burks of the Titans was carted off yesterday. Good news, though, just an ACL sprain for him, so he should be okay. More NFL talk after Brownie tells us about Shannara Flooring.
Well, listen, Shannara Flooring, you might remember them as Homewood Carpet and Flooring, and they were just, the top in the flooring business. It's still the same people. It is still the same service. It is still fooing you, but they've just changed their name to Shannara Flooring. Shannara Flooring. Rockstar used them. Rockstar basically had a biohazard site in his house.
And we just said, let's just put carpet over it.
Let's just put carpet over it. We'll forget all about it, right?
Yeah,
but they did a great job for you.
They did a fantastic job. It's a room that we can actually go into now.
Yeah, it was like a converted garage, and Rockstar's like, well, my kid can't play there. He'll bust his head wide open, and we'll be in the emergency room all the time. So you got Foo and the gang in there. They put that carpet down. It looks great at Rockstar's house. It's made it usable space. He can do the same for you. It doesn't have to be residential. It can be commercial. They do it all. Shannara Flooring, still the best tile, hardwoods, carpet, LVP and LVT, the best countertops, the best specialty flooring in all of Birmingham. You could visit them online, shannaraflooring.com. That is shannaraflooring.com. Or give them a call, 205-518-6423. 205-518-6423. It's our guy, Foo and you at Shannara Flooring. See more, shannaraflooring.com.
Browns and Eagles, NFL Network, 6:30 tonight. But other NFL notes from this first weekend, they were actually discussing this on TV3 ESPN earlier. Brock Purdy, who apparently has thrown 10 interceptions just this week in camp, has been named the QB1. That's because Trey Lance has looked so bad.
Right. This is really scary for Kyle Shanahan because
it's concerning.
Yeah, look, they've got a great offensive line. They've got great skill. When you look at Debo and you look at Christian McCaffrey, you look at George Kittle, they've got an incredible defense. But if you don't have a good quarterback and a quarterback that's going to turn the football over, you got problems. And right now your options are Brock Purdy, who's going to be that starting quarterback. You've got Trey Lance, who is just not ready. And then you've got Sam Darnold, who has looked awful in his time out for the New York Jets. So if you get really bad quarterback play, this is a team that could go from, 11-6, 12-5 to maybe a 10-7, a 9-8. And maybe they don't even win the conference or division.
Your nightmare scenario is obviously that there is a reason Brock Purdy was the last pick, right? And I know it didn't look like it last year when he came in and played. I get that. But, did 32 NFL teams miss that badly on him for 7 rounds until the 49ers are kind of like, well, we're out of guys to pick. Let's take this guy. I mean, It's hard to believe that 32 teams.
Could be the old blind nut. Blind squirrel
finding a nut. Yes.
Remember coming out of North Dakota State, Trey Lance only played 2 games in 2020 with COVID.
Yep.
And so it was such an unknown, and everybody was just talking about this guy looks huge. He's got a massive arm. He can fly. This is going to be the next Josh Allen. So the 49ers, and there was a debate between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. One wanted one wanted the other. One wanted Mac Jones. I'm seeing it over in the chat room.
Yeah.
And how careers could be so different because Mac doesn't have a lot to surrounding him.
Oh, if Mac had that talent.
Yeah, if Mac was in San Francisco, I think it is night and day.
They definitely missed there. They got, first of all, the Dolphins fleeced them on the deal, as it turns out, for them to get up there and get Trey Lance. That's number one. And number two, they picked the wrong guy. I think if they had picked Mac Jones, you would not even hear Brock Purdy's name. I'm not saying Mac would be an all-pro, but I think he would be better than what they've had there.
Patrick says Blind Nut Dunaway's a T-shirt and possibly a new TNR show. Houston Nutt's available.
He is. I saw that. People wanted us to hire him.
He left CBS Sports Network, announcing yesterday on social media after 11 years with them. So Blind Nut.
Maybe we could get Stevie Wonder to do a show with...
Is he crazy? We call him Blind Nut?
I mean, we don't necessarily have to have someone who's blind. We could just Houston Nut does a pick show where he...
or he does it blindfolded.
Yeah, that's right. And he picks games blindfolded.
Yeah, you got 2 logos in front of him. You got Arkansas and Florida, and he just has to reach over blindfolded and he picks. Who did I pick, guys?
Probably
you got Florida, coach.
They do a better chance picking as the Blind Nut than
a lot of people.
Yeah, than Dunaway. Go ahead and say it. Speaking of quarterbacks, though, Derek Carr looking really good in New Orleans. Looks to be a really good fit down there.
Yeah, I just saw Dan Orlovsky on ESPN, and they're doing their top 5 sneaky teams that could actually make the Super Bowl. And Orlovsky's number 2 team is the New Orleans Saints. And when you start to look at the Saints, Chris Olave is going to be much better in year 2. Michael Thomas, now that he's no longer the focus, and he is going to become the number 2. Alvin Kamara back there. I mean, this is a Saints offense that could be really interesting if you get efficient play from Derek Carr. And maybe there's a little less pressure off of him going from Vegas to now New Orleans, where that division is completely wide open.
Yeah, somebody drafted you, and there's expectations to live up to where you were drafted, and multiple different coaching staffs have come in since you were drafted. The Saints in a free agency wanted you. So maybe you feel wanted. And anytime anybody feels wanted, I think they're in a better state of mind.
And look at this. In that division, I mean, Bryce Young, I think, will ultimately be the best quarterback. But the best quarterback in that division right now is Derek Carr. He came from the AFC West where he was competing with Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson. You bring in one of the best receivers in the NFL last year, his former teammate, Devontae Adams. There was a lot of pressure on Derek Carr, and he was never wanted in Vegas. So now that he's out of there, he's wanted in New Orleans. This could be a complete restart for him.
If it's a terrible movie and I've got Chili held hostage, and to get Chili back, you have to accurately predict the winner of the NFC South, you would pick who?
Saints.
Oh.
I'd go Saints too,
you
Jim.
went Panthers earlier.
Yeah, but you like Bryce Young, but he is a rookie quarterback.
It's one of three. You know, sadly, it's just not your team. I don't see any circumstance where they could actually win that division. But I could see with Desmond Ridder being better than advertised.
They got a ton of tools around him.
Obviously, the Saints are your favorite. And then if Bryce Young has a really good rookie season.
They were close last year.
Yeah, I'm still going to lean Carolina.
You'd go Carolina to get Chili's life.
I would feel awful for Chili because I just.
How nervous would you be watching those
I would be
games?
nervous with the Saints or with
I would too, and that's why I asked
Falcons.
the question, because I think you can make a case for any of those teams. Like, it's not going to blow me away. The only one that blew me away is your Bucks.
Yeah.
But any of those other teams are not going to surprise
I
me.
would feel nervous just if you were like, you got to give me one playoff team in the NFL. Because most people would say the Chiefs, but if Pat Mahomes goes down, they're not a given.
Yeah.
Heads Carolina, tails, if you got to go second choice, is it Falcons or Saints?
I would go Saints.
Yeah.
Saints. And then Falcons are
But I think it's a bunch of 9-8s, 10-7s.
That's what it was last year.
Yeah.
Which is why, was it you that picked Carolina earlier? I know he loves Bryce, but
I've
earlier
always
this
said
summer-
Saints. No.
Okay.
I've been Saints all summer long, just because Derek Carr, I think, is obviously the best quarterback in the division, and the three top teams are so much alike. I think having the best quarterback sets you apart. But if Bryce Young catches rookie magic, now most rookies struggle, even when they're really good quarterbacks. Most rookies struggle. So that's what worries me about him, is he's still a rookie. I think I'm with you, Lance. I do kind of like his upside in the NFL, but he is still a rookie.
That offensive line is going to have to be better. So we got the Urban Dictionary definition from Smuff for blind nut.
Is that his definition, or is that really Urban Dictionary?
No, that sounds pretty legitimate.
It's a great definition.
Yeah. Like a blind date, but for sex.
Yep. Urban Dictionary.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah. I mean, that could be, like Tinder. I mean, basically, it's a hookup.
Hey, what are you planning on doing tonight? The thing I've got to have is a blind nut.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I had one Thursday.
He is right. That is Urban Dictionary. Yeah.
So it's legitimate that you're already there.
Yep.
All right. So I guess.
So Houston probably not going to do that show.
Not going to do that show.
Yeah.
If you want more insight like Brownie just gave you on the NFL, he's got an NFL podcast that was announced yesterday with Daniel Jeremiah. It's DJ Football. Daniel Jeremiah and Ryan Brown, part of the big announcements yesterday. DJ Football there. Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network and Ryan Brown on our Disrupt platform. That show coming to you very soon, and we'll give you all the details when that drops. Episode 1 coming up, part of the lineup announced yesterday. Two more quick things on the NFL before LT tells us about Odie's and tells us what was the question last night. Jalen Carter looked really good, so fast for Philadelphia. But DJ Moore in Chicago, part of the trade that allowed Carolina to get Bryce Young, they actually gave up their best receiver to get the quarterback. And in DJ Moore, it was a short catch and a long run. But what a weapon he could be for Justin Fields this year in Chicago.
Well, look, there's expectations from Bears fan, and I think that Justin Fields is going to be better. And you mentioned that. There was two of those. There was one to DJ Moore. We did have the Bears over the weekend. There was one to Khalil Herbert where they actually short dump-offs. They make a couple of things happen, make a couple of guys miss, and they take it to the house. Chicago was dead last in the NFL in yards after catch last year. They did not have one 50-plus yard after catch. They had two this past Saturday. So that's, whether it's flukish or not, if I'm a Chicago fan, I got to be excited about that.
Yeah. Smuff is right, Stone. It is hoodie day here in the studio. We're working at about 64 degrees today.
AC's kicking. You know, when you see me in sleeves, it's gotten cold.
Yeah.
I'm the last one to do it.
Yeah, the owners of this building cannot get temperature right.
I'll go ahead and tell you that because of the cold temperature, sometimes we shut some of the vents up here. We've opened all these up because we've had some days that it's been almost unbearable heat, and we'd rather it be too cold than too hot.
Yeah.
We've all decided that. But yesterday and today, running a little on the cold side.
It's like that shower you got after that shower where it's either scalding hot and you take it a millimeter to get to the right or it's back to cold.
Okay, look, touch this hand here. Compare my age and the coldness of in here. It's like I'm dead. I mean, there are people with toe tags whose hands are warmer.
What if you are dead?
Hand.
And this is heaven for you.
Ready for rigor mortis to set in.
Yes.
Odie's last night. Give us the question. I always love this.
What came first, Wendy's, the fast food chain, or Madonna?
We saw the picture yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, or Madonna.
I'm going to say Wendy's. I always think these fast food chains started in the 30s somewhere in the middle of nowhere. That was in Columbus, Ohio. Wendy's, where Wendy's is based. I don't know if that was the first one.
Remember, he was Dave Thomas was a franchisee of Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah,
before he came over to
do
something.
Yeah, so it does change it a little bit.
So that's a Louisville thing.
Yeah, I'll go Madonna. I'm going to say Madonna. What'd she turn yesterday?
65.
65. I'm going to say Wendy's is less than 65 years old.
I'm going to go with Madonna as well because, just because. I mean, we only had a Jack's hamburger in Alabaster, and then we got a McDonald's. But in Hoover, when I was in high school in the 80s, I remember them getting a Wendy's right there on across from what would become the Galleria on Lorna Road in 31 was the first Wendy's I was ever exposed to. And I would drive up there.
Oh, it was so good. And those foil wrappers. And let me tell you a little something. This sounds gross.
I still smell it because our first one was the same one that you guys might have gone to over by the old Crest building. It was the one right there on Valley.
Yeah.
And it never changed.
And it was when they had those burgers in the old foil wrappers, and they would get so hot and steamy in there that the lettuce would be just a little bit, it wouldn't be as crisp, but because it was all hot. I know that sounds disgusting, but it works.
There was a silver and a gold. And I don't know if silver was for a burger. Because back in the day, people used to just order a hamburger.
Yeah.
And some people would order the cheeseburger. Because I'll never forget, the McDonald's had a white wrapper for the hamburger.
Yep.
And the yellow wrapper they still got for the cheeseburger. But I think it was the gold wrapper, the gold foil for the cheeseburger at Wendy's. And I think it was the silver foil for the hamburger.
They were so good, yeah.
Yeah,
anyway.
so good. But the answer to me is Madonna.
Madonna, 1958. Wendy's, 1969.
1969.
You are dead on. These are some of the things that you learn at trivia. Rockstar threw some other interesting stuff out last night. What was the best thing you threw out?
Oh, God. It's a blur to me. True or false, in New Hampshire, it is illegal to inhale gas fumes.
I'm going to say that is true.
That's absolutely true.
It's true.
Yeah.
True or false?
They'd have locked me up.
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh has been banned from playgrounds in Poland.
I'm going to say that's true because he doesn't wear pants.
I'm going to say it's true, too.
Him and Donald Duck are not allowed because they do not wear pants.
They don't wear pants.
Yeah, but then my question was, what do you do about Tigger? Tigger's completely naked.
He is, but
and Chester the cheetah has sneakers and sunglasses. And that's it.
Yeah, and Tony the Tiger's only got a bandana on.
Yes.
An ascot.
And a tiger is more of a predator than a honey bear, so I would be more worried about Tigger.
Yeah.
There you go. These are the things
and
that you
Eeyore's
learn.
all naked and depressed, just sitting in the corner.
He's taking a nap.
Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village, Birmingham Institution. Get in, see Will Haver, all those great guys. And remember, live music. I don't know if the live music will continue tonight. It's typically on Friday and Saturday. Rocky was supposed to play tonight. I don't know if Will and
I don't know the
Dayton will go ahead.
Plan. Yeah, they can go ahead if they want to, yeah.
Anyway, Ice Cold Beer Broadcast full of Bud Light. Stop in and see that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Back to college football and the next Power 5 team that is expected to leave their conference in days.
Days, Jim.
It's next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's Champy's Hour here on the show. This hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now, and for dinner, and for your tailgates, and for your office parties. On the far right of your screen, left or right if you're viewing on the home side of the stadium, that is Sterling. He owns Champy's Chicken for over a decade now. Upper 50-yard line on the opposing sidelines, you see those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Perfect way to start your meal there. It comes out in 3s or 6s or 12s. You can get a whole tray of them for your tailgate. They're so delicious. A little spice to them with the Mississippi Delta recipe. Southern fried chicken, cooked to order, so it comes out piping hot. Hand-cut chicken fingers and so much more. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. See everything at champyschicken.com. Reports from Justin Hokanson is that Peyton Thorne will be QB1. That coming up a little bit later today. An announcement from Hugh Freeze, maybe today, but Hokanson is very confident in his reporting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Peyton Thorne, and we'll see if Hugh Freeze does in fact announce that. But according to multiple sources in Hoke's reporting there, that it is going to be Peyton Thorne. We will see if on the depth chart it says Peyton Thorne whenever that week 1 depth chart, or is there an or? I would ask you guys in Tuscaloosa, do you think the Middle Tennessee depth chart that is handed out on that Monday will have an actual starter or will have ors?
For Alabama?
For Alabama.
Oh, ors.
You think ors?
Ors.
All three are going to play.
But do you think Saban will officially name a starter, or you think they'll be ors?
Probably ors.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
They love the ors over there.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think Saban's actually named a starting quarterback heading into the season. For the most part,
Tuies don't like the oars.
The Tuies, the Tuies,
they like the oars money.
The Tuies are not happy with the oars. Well, different reports are coming out.
Yeah, that second report yesterday that he shook them down.
Yesterday from the from the Tuies side, that they've only made $700,000 off the blind side story, and they say records will show that they have deposited any royalty checks evenly divided among the whole family into everybody's account. Even when Michael refuses to cash those checks, they're deposited into his trust fund.
Yeah, and I was somewhat kidding because I said this the other day. There's obviously three sides to every stories. The Tuies side, the Orr side, and then the real side.
The crazy thing is, and I don't understand this, but well, I do understand it because it is social media and the way everybody reacts to everything. There are people that want Sandra Bullock to give back the award.
Well, she ought to give it back because it was a terrible character.
Right, I agree.
The story shouldn't change it.
It wasn't even a good performance.
Yeah, I don't think she should have won it to begin with, but the story should have nothing to do with it.
I'm just saying, to drag Sandra Bullock into this
mess,
I
know.
I mean, she has nothing to do with it. It would be like whoever played, who are playing Nazis in movies, holding them accountable for what the Nazis did.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Cruise.
Even if
a
it's
character.
a fictional piece like Kaiser Soze should Kevin Spacey, well, he's a bad example. I was going to say, should Kevin Spacey give his back?
Anton Chigurh.
Yeah, there you go. So Javier Bardem for No Country for Old Men, should he give his back because it was a fictional character?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Sandra Bullock has nothing to do with this, so don't drag her name into this.
You saw that the Tuies came back and said Michael Orr shook them down for $15 million, or tried to shake them down for $15 million before releasing this. That's their latest claim.
A couple of times along the way, they say.
Yeah, so it's sad it's gotten to this.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. When it does all play out, eventually this could get to a court case or something. We made the announcement that Alabama and Arizona is happening December 18th. Is that a true statement from Michael Bills over there?
Yeah, it's a true statement. It's going to be the CM Newton Classic. Our friends with the CM Newton Classic making that announcement. December 18th of 2024. This is not this year, but next year. The CM Newton Classic will be Alabama and Arizona. That's a heck of a matchup right there at Legacy Arena. Boy, they've done a good job of getting matchups in there. They lost Bama, Colorado State because of COVID, and Davidson came in. But to get Gonzaga in there and to get Arizona in there, that's a pretty good matchup for Alabama.
So Arizona, who will be a national championship contender and a top 5 preseason team is my projection.
In 2024?
This year.
Oh, this year, okay.
Yeah, and they're only recruiting better, so it would not surprise me if they're that good in 2024 again.
It's a great program.
Where Alabama is, but they seem to have transitioned pretty good from the Sean Miller days to where they're moving into the future, and they're moving into the Big 12. And while we touched on basketball briefly there, let me bring this up, that there will be no Gonzaga and no UConn in the Big 12 expansion. Brett Yormark last night saying that our dream scenario happened with the Pac-12 falling apart and we got all those other teams. So we did have good discussions with Gonzaga and UConn, but because of Arizona and the other teams coming in, the expansion with Gonzaga and UConn bringing in those programs are not going to happen.
Is that a stake bet winner for me?
No.
I thought there was a stake bet on that.
The stake bet is Gonzaga, when they win the national championship, they'll be part of the Big East.
Big East, that's right.
So this has actually advantaged me that
it's helped you.
Out there, because the rumor had been before we started imploding the major conferences were that Gonzaga would fly across the country and play Big East opponents, which is still mind-boggling to me, but not as crazy now that USC and UCLA are in the Big Ten.
But again, this just shows you, and this is one thing that conference expansion has taught me over the years, is how little basketball success plays into this.
Well, Yormark said this last night, too.
What did he say? Tell me what he said.
He said basketball makes up 25% of the viewing ship in college athletics, and we're not getting 25 cents on the dollar for basketball now. He's saying that because of the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big 12. Who's got the best basketball conference? The Big 12.
Yeah. Well, but, I mean, if you look at it, their choices were, do we take on a bunch of average football programs? Because that's exactly what they have done. They've taken on a bunch of average football programs out of the Big 12. I don't even know who you would say. I mean, well, Utah is the best. But out of the Pac-12, I should say. Utah is the best, but they've taken a bunch of average football programs over elite basketball programs. I mean, UConn right now is really, really good, obviously. Gonzaga has been good for a very long time.
To your point, if they were getting 25 cents on the dollar in basketball like he says you should be getting, he may have made a different choice on UConn and Gonzaga.
Maybe so, but the success of basketball does not matter. And that crystallized with me when all the reports, when it looked like Texas and Oklahoma might be heading to the Pac-12, and then there were going to be some Big 12 schools maybe headed to the Big 10. Kansas never got mentioned.
Never got mentioned.
I mean, didn't even come up one time. And I'm like, of all these, that's the best actual programs, Kansas basketball, and it was a non-factor, complete non-factor.
Now,
and this just continues to show you that.
He didn't get into this, but I'm just using my assumption here that if they're not getting 25 cents on the dollar for the basketball part of it all, chances are good they're getting a lot more than 75 cents on the dollar for the football side of it all, right? They're getting,
which is why you go get a bunch of average football teams.
Yeah. So interesting news on that realignment while we're on basketball. But I wanted to bring up the football story that's out there and where we're going on this. It's brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. It is Charles Barkley's vodka. It'll be available tonight as well when we are at Walk-Ons right there at Stadium Trace for our kickoff party.
Yeah, I saw somebody asking in the chat room if we were going to have some Redmond vodka. We had some last year. We might even give some away. Who knows?
Who knows?
Redmond Vodka, as Dunaway said, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, ABC stores. Pick it up. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
All right. So reports are out there, including from ESPN, that and Pat Forty is the one that this came from first. Pat Forty, his ACC sources are telling him that Florida State is, in the matter of days or weeks, it will not be months, he says, days or weeks away from sending the Atlantic Coast Conference their official notice that they will not be part of the ACC in 2025. They obviously missed the deadline for 2024. But Pat Forty has multiple ACC sources telling him that they will send a letter to the Atlantic Coast Conference saying they are out by 2025. Before you react, let me just get this out. When they voted on expanding, bringing in Stanford or SMU or Cal, the 4 schools that were against it, and so they never got it to vote because these 4 were against it, so it wasn't going to pass, was Clemson, North Carolina, NC State, in Florida State. Those were the 4. They were against the expansion of Stanford and Cal and SMU, so they never took it to a vote. That was enough to shut it down. So my question to you would be, why would Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and NC State not be in favor of expansion? For me, I would say those 4 schools feel pretty good about where they're going to end up. When you look at Notre Dame was pushing for it because they have a pretty good setup as an independent with all the other sports. Georgia Tech, Pitt, and Louisville were for it as well. Nobody else was on the record. Those were the ones that were on the record for it and against it. Georgia Tech, Pitt, and Louisville will struggle to find a home if the ACC breaks down.
Well, here's the thing. Florida State, if they've got a good job, if you've got a good job, you don't leave your good job without another landing spot.
At least the equal job or better.
At least an equal job. So Florida State, obviously, behind the scenes, has had some communication, and they know where they're going.
Where do you think it is?
I think it's the Big Ten.
That complicates things because keep in mind now, ESPN owns the rights to all their home games in every sport.
Through 2036.
For bringing this up
for 13 years.
And I'll tell you another complication is Big Ten's already at 18 next year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much the Big Ten wants to grow because you already heard some pushback. I think it was Adam Rittenberg on our show last week that was talking about the pushback from some of the Big Ten schools about like, okay, USC and UCLA, we were for. Why are we getting Oregon and Washington now? Why do we keep grabbing teams out on the West Coast?
Yeah, it wasn't unanimous is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Not every Big Ten president was like, oh, yeah, yay.
Yeah, okay. I understand us adding the L.A. market, and we're all going to make good money off that.
And we all love going there anyway for the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, we're going to make good money off that deal. But explain to me again why we're now adding Seattle and middle of nowhere, Oregon. Somebody explain that one to me. And if you start adding Tallahassee, Florida, now I know it's a new state in your footprint. Florida is a growing state, obviously, but I mean, you're chopping money up even more. Like I've got to, if I'm a Big Ten school, you got to convince me. And I think Oregon and Washington are taking a discount or a lower rate.
They are.
But they're going to have a chance to get that bigger rate. But you gotta convince me there's this race to $100 million per school that the Big Ten thought they were going to win. It's them and the SEC trying to be the first one to give their school $100 million. And if I'm Illinois, I'm like, you got to explain to me how Florida State coming in here is helping me get to this $100 million.
Yeah. By the way, Georgia's president says 16 is a great number.
That's right.
For the SEC. You know why? Because when you're dividing up this TV contract at 16, they're going to get to 100 before anybody else. Because it's only 16 divisions, dividing up the money for 16. Florida State to the Big Ten's a possibility. We've never heard Florida State mentioned with the SEC, but that's when Greg Sankey makes his biggest moves when we didn't know it was coming. So 2025 is the reports that and could come in a matter of days or weeks, according to Pat Forty there. And one other note in that story about the ACC TV contract, Brown, that I found interesting. It's written in there that every one of the schools the ACC adds, you get it's an added share that is written into the contract that ESPN ABC has to pay to the ACC. So every team they add, it would be another quota that is added to the financials. The problem is that's only it works out to where it's not the full 30 that they got paid out. It's like 20 to 25 million. So even if you start doing the math, even if say Cal and we'll use Stanford and SMU as an example. If Stanford and SMU had come in just them, and you're adding only 20 million each for that, and they're not going to take anything because they're rich. All right. You start dividing that up among the other ACC schools, that $40 extra million doesn't do anything to change the landscape of how far you're behind the SEC and the Big Ten. And so that's why that expansion for, the Florida State folks is, oh, yeah, sure, great. We're going to bring in 2 new schools, and we'll get $40 extra million, and maybe they don't want to take anything, but we still divide up that $40 million between us, and it's not going to get us close to closing the $30 million gap on the SEC.
So no matter how you play the shell game, that ACC deal was terrible for them.
Terrible deal.
I mean, they just took the security blanket. They took, 16 years of security, and in the long run,
it ends up not being security.
They did not bet on themselves. Yeah, it ends up being a prison. Yeah. I mean, those teams are in a prison right now.
It ends up
good luck to Florida State. I mean, the SEC is the only place it makes sense for them to go, but there does not appear to be an interest from the SEC.
Yeah, a very, very interesting stuff there on Florida State. The show being brought to you by Hemphill. Trash in the next segment, but one fake news. I mean, fake news became a popular thing here, but this is from 1941 fake news. And I came across this in one of my newsletter blog things that I get emailed today. It's a college football story from 1941. Fake news from 1941 after you tell us about Hemphill.
Hemphill right now offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you in the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure everything is up and working. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling. Call the name that Birmingham trusts. That is Hemphill Services. Hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
In 1941, the New York Times fell for fake news when it came to college football. Oftentimes, the only scores they got from colleges around the country were phone calls to the New York Times news department. And in 1941, a stockbroker invented a college, Plainfield Teachers College. And he would call in their scores every week. And they were printed in the New York Times.
But who would he have them playing? Other rogue schools?
He went too far at some point. He had them beat Notre Dame, and that's how he got called.
Well, he went too far when they were undefeated, and they were going to a fake bowl game. They accepted a bid to a fake bowl game he came up with, and finally somebody caught on that it wasn't a real school or a real bowl game at the New York Times, and they had to apologize for going the old Plainfield Teachers College, unbeaten back in 1941.
Good team, man.
Yeah.
Who's that coach?
Really good.
Yeah, by the way, man, back in the day, you could have gotten away with so much.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I mean, you really could have gone off the grid. Nobody would know where you are. It's impossible now.
I think it was the Chalkboard Bowl they called where the Plainfield Teachers College was going to play, the Chalkboard Bowl. And that was probably what raised the red flag, like, Teachers College playing in the Chalkboard Bowl?
Can anybody confirm this?
This doesn't sound real, Jimmy. Interesting. Trash is up on the other side right here on the next round. Back in a moment.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. It's NBA time, Birmingham, as we hoop it up with the New Orleans Pelicans and Houston Rockets, October 12th at Legacy Arena. Single game tickets are now available. Visit birminghamsquadron.com or call 205-719-0850 for more information or to buy tickets. And the game is packed with former local players like Herb Jones and Kyra Lewis Jr. and Jabari Smith, and other superstars like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. You can also become a Squadron season ticket holder to get complimentary tickets to this huge event right here in the Magic City. The Pelicans preseason game in Birmingham sold out last year, so get your tickets as soon as possible. Do that online at birminghamsquadron.com or by calling 205-719-0850. October 12th, it's the Pelicans and Rockets at Legacy Arena right here in Birmingham. birminghamsquadron.com.
In that commercial break, if you were listening there on all of our platforms, the Birmingham Squadron announcing that game coming up at Legacy Arena this year. Single game tickets available. Go to the Squadron website there to buy those. When you get the Pelicans and the Rockets coming to town, that includes all those local stars that are there. Herb with the Pelicans, Jabari with the Rockets. They'll all be in town for an NBA exhibition game coming up. Those single game tickets are on sale right now. Trash in a second. This hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. I always love to ask you this at this time of the day. If we were doing the show live from Champy's right now, you would order what, Brownie?
You know what? I'm in a chicken finger mood. I think I'd get me some good old chicken fingers right there at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Normally, I would have told you the tamales, but I think I'm gonna go chicken finger.
We start tamales are given as an appetizer.
Well, I'd start off with those. Yeah,
it's my meal. Tamales. I go coleslaw. I will go a wicked weed pernicious.
Sounds good. I'm a big two-breast guy. Rockstar, if you were there right now, would you top it off with that caramel cake?
Oh my! Yes, I would. I would love some chicken fingers right now. I'm a little bit of a fiend.
Do you dip yours in anything?
Sometimes I do. If a chicken finger is good enough to be eaten plain, that's some good stuff. But every now and then. But I'm not a big. I do not like buffalo sauce.
Yeah, well, I will tell you, I had in the airport. We were at Dale Jr.'s place on the way back from Ocean City.
Whiskey River. By the way, did you know that's their Because I kept bringing up, man, they're having a house party in here. It's hip hop nonstop.
Yeah.
That's what they play at all their locations.
Interesting. You don't normally associate that with Dale Earnhardt
Nope.
Jr.
But they have they had a sauce.
So good.
And it was really a good sauce, but it wasn't a barbecue sauce, and I don't think it was Dale Jr.'s own sauce. I don't know where they got it from.
No, it was a honey barbecue sauce.
It was a honey barbecue with a little spice to it. It was really runny. Oh, it was so good. I was dipping my chicken fingers into it, and my French fries, and my fingers.
There's a fast food place that's not a sponsor that I went to the other day that for the first time, and they have spicy ketchup. Woo!
Little
like a little
T,
spicy ketchup?
Little T in the chat room says ranch. I have never seen anybody that loves ranch more than
Oh,
Little
my
T.
God. You know,
she will eat ranch on anything.
I'm getting turned on to ranch on pizza. When I had that Mexicali pizza Sunday night at Slice, I would dip it in the ranch. Fantastic.
We get something at is it the chicken fingers when we're at Odie's that when Taylor's there that she dips the ranch
Yes,
in?
Taylor dips everything in ranch.
Yeah, Odie's supposed to have some of the best ranch out there.
Yeah.
Barbecue ranch is the
Oh,
bomb,
it
says
is.
Greg.
Yes, it is. I love barbecue sauce and ranch mix.
My friend Lauren Sisler Willard of the SEC Network, she's just a sauce person. We actually called her Lauren Saucler back in the local TV days because everywhere we'd go, she'd order chicken fingers, and she would get barbecue, ranch, honey mustard. I mean, she'd get any sauce they had, and she would just rotate around dipping
shots.
No, Rockstar, you'll love this. We were coming back from the SEC championship game late one Saturday night after he and Sisler had done TV.
2013.
And Dunaway was in his Ram truck.
2013.
Brand new Ram truck.
Yeah.
What year was it?
2013 Ram truck. Yeah.
And we stopped at a drive-through, and I cannot remember, was it
Wendy's?
Was it Wendy's?
Yeah.
If she ordered
yeah. What do you order at Wendy's, Rockstar?
if she ordered one condiment, she ordered 15 of them and a cup of chili.
Yeah.
Like as a side. Like she got a burger, fries, a bunch of sauces, and a cup of chili as a side. And Jimmy D in this brand new truck every time she would ask.
Friday. I got the truck Friday. This is Saturday.
Every
You
time
didn't say anything, did you?
Oh no! But every time she would ask for, so let me get a ranch, a hot sauce,
New car.
a
All right.
barbecue sauce, a
new car.
ketchup.
She got the taco salad.
That's right.
Yeah.
Taco salad, a bowl of
Wendy's,
chili,
and a bowl of chili.
Yeah.
I'll just eat it in my lap. It'll be fine.
Dunaway's
And I
the
was
whole
like,
time. Always go.
How are you not going to spill that? Crunching those chips in the back and chili everywhere and
I'm
all
sure there
those
weren't
sauces.
any potholes where you're driving.
Yeah, no, not on I-20.
I don't like people eating in my car.
Do you not? Do you never do it?
Like if I'm on a road trip by myself, I'll get like some Chex Mix, something like that. Grab a Coke just to stay awake, but no.
Yeah.
So you don't hit drive-throughs or anything in the car?
No,
on the road.
I don't like it either. I do it though, but if I mess up,
It's my car.
it's my car. I
That's
mess
right.
up. I don't want anybody else
Yeah,
messing it up.
yeah.
You know what I
The
mean?
last time I went on a trip with Ladybird, it was just me and Ladybird, and I was starving, and I ran past Taco Bell, and I couldn't take Ladybird obviously in the Taco Bell, so we sat in the parking lot, and we made a complete mess. I mean, we shared Mexican pizza, some kind of gordito crunch. Shit was everywhere.
Yeah.
I love Mexican pizza.
I one time
So does Ladybird.
did Taco Bell coming back from a college football game by myself, and I'm driving trying to eat those burritos. And next day when you go out to go somewhere in your car, you realize you didn't really clean your hand every time you touch that steering wheel. You had to,
That's right, yeah.
you had to do a little clean on that steering wheel. I mean, I got a little sticky up there.
Yeah.
Let's
Smup
don't
is
do that
right.
again.
Without condiments, a lot of foods aren't worth eating.
I agree with that. You shouldn't need a condiment, but sometimes you do.
A turkey sandwich with no mayonnaise is not a turkey sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean,
It's a dry stack of turkey.
I would
is.
disagree with that. I don't do mayonnaise on a turkey sandwich. I am a mustard guy. You'll allow that, right? That's still a turkey sandwich.
Before we get to trash,
Is that allowed?
here's the new
If that's
shows
what you
we
want,
announced
That's what I want,
yesterday.
yes.
One more look at the shows we announced yesterday before we get to trash. One of our most viewed sections right here is the trash segment every day. So I wanted to give this one more plug from the show yesterday. Lugan, Bill, and me on Monday Morning Live. Lance is there with Unlocked today. Not today, but Unlocked with Brock Heward. Also doing Spitting Lugs with Tom Luganbill, not on Urban Dictionary. People were asking about that. And you have Brownie with DJ Football, Brownie with Luganbill Talking Ball, and The Burnout with Peter Burns of the SEC Network on there. Zach Blackerby and Brad Law with Village Vice, another episode coming out tonight talking about the Auburn quarterbacks. And then McCready and Siskey, Neil McCready, Tyler Siskey, probably the most confusing of all of those so far. And we had Neil on yesterday, but again, people see Neil initially and they think Ole Miss, Ole Miss, Ole Miss. People are like, are you guys going to have a Mississippi State show? Well, Neil's not. This is a college football
That's
show.
right.
This is not an Ole Miss show. It's a college football show.
Yeah, in fact, they let me in on yesterday, let us in on some of the plans they have for this fall. And I think when you see those plans, you will realize it is not an Ole Miss football show. They will be talking all of college football.
Bama and Bourbon as well with Aaron Suttles and LT, and some more announcements coming up that at least one of you got yesterday correct in the very fast-moving chat. And we appreciate all of you who watched yesterday afternoon and commented, and we appreciate all the input you gave us. It is Trash Time, brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
The man that I've been messing with is a married man, and every night, well, for about 3 nights in a row, I was licking his butthole
Wow, Rockstar.
because he liked it. And I didn't mind doing it.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Was that you doing a bit? Was that your voice?
Yeah, what was this?
That is a girl, Taryn Manning from Orange is the New Black.
No, it's not.
Yeah, she got a little sideways in her car, and she's got a little truthful. She regrets this is a married man she's been with for a while.
That's what she regrets out of
Yeah,
that?
she regrets saying that.
Is this her acting?
No, that's her. I think she's on something, but she's being a little too honest, and she just goes on a 3-minute rant about this man and what they've been doing the past week.
She was the prostitute in Hustle and Flow. I don't know if you guys have seen that Craig Brewer film.
Nope.
Anthony Anderson, DJ Qualls, Terrence Howard. Really, really good movie made in Memphis, on location, all about Memphis. It's about a up-and-coming rapper, and he's a pimp, and that's his number one go-to trick is Taryn Manning. So this is very believable.
Yeah.
Josh, by
art
the-
imitating life, or life imitating art.
Josh, by the way, is dead on here. Not enough condiments to make that go.
That's right. Yeah. Speaking
But
of,
she's just being, it's just she's got her phone on and she's in her car. She's just being honest.
hey, good question by Chad as well in the chat room. Will we move Trash with the new show going only 3 hours? No, it will stay right here.
Yeah. So
Same
it'll
place
be
you always get it.
almost the kicker of the show, if you
That's
will.
right.
Hey, the experts at Mortgage Right can help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything that may come your way, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So I had jury duty starting this coming Monday.
How's that going to go? Had being a key word in that sentence. I noticed that's past tense.
Members of the jury.
I was going to go on and knock it out, but we've got a trip to the floor, Bama, on Wednesday.
That is true. Yeah, you cannot miss that.
I didn't want anything to overlap, so I asked if I could get another date.
Right.
They were very accommodating. They gave me 3 different dates, 2 of which were in the fall. 1 was in December, so I've moved my jury duty.
All right, congrats.
Now, I did say that I am a part owner of a business, and our revenue depends on a lot of people's livelihoods. They didn't care.
I don't think that's a lie.
Yeah,
that's not a
but
lie
they
at
didn't
all.
care. But my point is, this next story, I don't know why you wouldn't let this lady out of jury duty.
Okay.
Well, I would
Hit
tell
me
you,
with it.
I would tell you your new date, I think, is going to cost you the viewing of the Bahamas Bowl and the Las Vegas Bowl.
Are you willing to sacrifice those for the
Yeah,
floor,
I can-
Bama?
I can probably get
Yeah,
it
that's a
up.
trade
Okay.
you're making right there.
Yeah.
Those for the floor, Bama.
But hey,
Or the Meineke Tire Bowl.
once we get to December, you never know what's going to happen.
That's right. It's a long way away.
So
we may have a Meineke Car Care Bowl special we have to do that.
Good.
Well, then I'll just get out of it again.
Yeah, that's right.
Utah mother had her hands full when she was called for jury duty and couldn't find a babysitter. Tori Scow, mother of triplets, caught some of her family's day in court on camera. She went on to say, quote, "I just knew it was going to be a crap show. That's why I was like, I've got to film some of this." At times, her kid's screams drowned out the judge's questions to jurors. She went on to say, "I fed them more snacks than they've ever had in their entire life to keep them quiet." Guess what? Didn't work. Video shows the kids continued to cry in the courtroom despite the snacks, and to borrow Scow's phrase, the day did, in fact, become a crap show. Skrow had to perform consecutive diaper changes in the parking lot of the courtroom. After 2.5 hours, they were dismissed from jury duty, much to Skrow's delight.
2.5 hours is what it took
to prove almost to prove a point.
Yeah, I mean, do you really believe she couldn't get a babysitter, or
Yeah,
do you think this
no.
was her plan all along?
We were on a flight the other day, and if it would have been jury duty and I would have been the judge, I'd have been like, you're dismissed.
Yeah.
To the parents who were sitting in front of me or the ones behind you?
The one sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had a kid that was an hour-long flight, very active child.
Beautiful child.
Beautiful kid, yep.
Save it for 4 downs coming up because it's the answer to number 4 for me.
I forget what the fourth down was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Reports of a 7-foot-tall alien terrorizing villagers in Peru stunned the world this week, with local leaders describing the, quote, armored and floating menaces as impervious to bullets. Now, the locals also compared their attackers to green goblins. In local Peruvian superstitions about the Los Pelacaras, the face peelers, but now Peruvian law enforcement has offered a new suspect. Illegal gold mining syndicates, they said, are to blame. Branches of the storied drug cartels, they are ravaging Latin America. Peru's National Prosecutor's Office, which is now investigating the, quote, alien attacks, has pointed the finger at these gold mafias who have partially ejected from Brazil and Colombia by their militaries. Now in Peru, these jetpack flying gold cartels hope to inspire fear with a bizarre campaign of alien terror, according to the prosecutors, keeping their locals in their homes and away from the cartels' illegal gold pits. So basically they have jetpacks on and they're just doing deep dives and they're getting their gold.
Last time I checked, gold is heavy, right?
Very heavy.
I don't know about a jetpack.
Yeah.
So
I would tell you this, Rockstar. The image on the phone and her Puma pullover shirt, the logos almost match.
You know, you're right, Jim. I didn't think about that. If the dude just had a tail. So basically, the cartel, they're putting some of their cartel members up in jetpacks to scare people away from where they're really doing their business. Is that's what that
illegal
boils down
mining
to?
cartels use the jetpacks to prospect for gold deeper.
Oh, you're in the cartel? Which one? Oh, I'm in the illegal mining division.
Whoa,
oh my God!
hey,
I
fellas,
know a guy there.
They said they're unforgiving jungles. in
Oh, I
Peru.
bet they are.
Scrammo!
There it is. Authentic.
Scrammo.
Third time's the charm. Once again, Riot Fest is giving 10 lucky fans the honor of naming a porta potty at this year's festival. Now, it can be someone you love, someone you loathe, an inside joke with your friends, or literally any dumb idea you may have. They're choosing 10 winners to each get a pair of the 3-day GA passes for Riot Fest 2023. As a bonus, you'll also get bragging rights for all of 2023. Now, here's how to enter. Use people's first names only. You can't name a porta potty after a celebrity, a well-known figure, or something inappropriate.
Presidential candidate.
Or anybody that will sue us.
That's right.
You can name a porta potty after someone else with a funny flair included, like Filthy Grandpa Joe, who never flushes. All contest entries must be received by August 21st. Winners will be picked on August 31st. I remember the X, one of our sister stations when we were in terrestrial radio, back when City Stages was a big deal. And I used to love to go to City Stages. And especially when you were in your younger 20s and you would get these VIP passes, the VIP was up on the parking deck and you would drink free. I mean, there was nothing like drinking free in your early 20s.
And you had access to good bathrooms.
But I remember they would give away a porta potty pass. One person had their own personal porta potty.
That's actually awesome.
And it was actually a genius idea.
It was, yeah. I mean, why not just have at big football events, just have at your tailgate, you could have porta potties exclusively for you, like a little pass key to get it in for, just add that to your tailgate guy experience. Because they've got porta potties out there. Just stack on another one for everyone who buys the porta potty pass.
So is that the Riot Fest lineup there, Rocky?
Yeah, I see that Corey Feldman is playing on Saturday. I would love. That's supposed to be one of the most uncomfortable shows you've ever been to.
He's not good, as it turns out.
Oh, it's awful.
Dude, are the Breeders and Kim Gordon playing?
Where are you seeing that?
I mean, there's a billion on there.
Yeah.
I was reading the Friday, Saturday, Sunday list. I was like, boy, to have Tegan and Sarah as your main headliner on Friday, I'm not sure I'm going to go, but that's Foo Fighters night.
That's right, Foo Fighters.
Yeah, and then Death Cab for Cutie I'd like to see, and The Cure. I'm excited about them being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Are you excited, Rockstar?
By the sounds of it, no.
The killer.
Hey, I did see. I talked to our man Keith up in Ocean City, and I saw their festival they've got. They've got some big headliners.
Who they got?
Well, they were telling us about, as Keith was driving us out to the weigh-in, he was telling us about how big of a weekend that festival is. Foo Fighters, he said, was there last year, I think.
Yeah, I think it was last year for the Foo Fighters. This year...
Well, I like the Foo Fighters. I've never seen them in concert, Rockstar. Have you? I don't know if they're good.
I was playing the night they were in Oak Mountain, and that's when it was raining. This is several months ago. They said it was an amazing show because it went out and rain out, and Dave Grohl was supposed to be amazing, so I regret not going. I think it was a sellout, too.
And
I've seen them, on correction. They played. They were not big enough. Their first album, they were not big enough to be on the Oak Mountain stage. They had the Charter side stage.
Foo Fighters did?
Them and Tonic played a set. I saw them. This is probably 1997, 98.
You should see how I love her.
So
she loves me.
Even with Dave,
if you could only see.
Even with Dave Grohl in the band, they weren't considered big enough.
They weren't. This was not a huge crowd. It was a festival, but there was a side stage, and it was Foo Fighters and Tonic. So I saw them. That was way in the beginning.
That side stage is now a bar, isn't it? They've opened up patio seating and stuff. Yeah.
I can't find it.
Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Just say it's Bruce Springsteen or Queen or somebody like that. Moving on.
No, here it is.
Oh,
there
you did find it.
Yep. Jack Johnson, Alanis Morissette, Third Eye Blind, Incubus, John Mayer, Sheryl Crow, Jimmy Eat World, Ben Harper. I mean,
it's not bad. Yeah,
that's a Toad and the Wet Sprocket. That's a pretty big.
I love
if you grew up in the '90s, that's a big one right there. Yeah.
I mean, if we can go back to Ocean City in 1998, I'm all in.
Yeah.
So
I love that decade of music. I would venture to say you take all genres of music. 90s is the best.
90s
decade.
is the best music. 70s best for film. 90s best for.
I don't disagree with that.
Now I know that. Because of my age, the 90s were important single time and then falling in love with Maggie, getting married time in the 90s. So probably my parents in the 90s were probably saying, oh, the 60s, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So the 90s are probably what the 60s were to my parents. But I love the 90s from the rap breakout that you had, even 90s country music. And then the 90s alt rock was great.
Oh, yeah. 90s country music was fantastic. Yeah. A lot of George Strait, Garth Brooks, Clint Black. I mean, you had a lot of good stuff in the 90s. Do you think 90s music sounds to our kids the way 60s music sounded to us in the 90s?
I don't.
I really don't either.
Yeah, and here's what I was going to bring up. So I don't know how long you guys have been on Sirius XM.
A long time.
Yeah, I've been on there a long time, too. And when I first got on it, they had a 50s channel, 60s, 70s, 80s.
5, 6, and 7, yeah.
90s and today. 50s is gone. 60s is gone. It starts at 70s. I think 70s ultimately will be gone. I don't think the 80s will ever go away.
You don't think the 80s will ever go away?
I don't. I think the 80s are so iconic, and there's so many kids that love 80s music. Like, I never loved the 50s or 60s music. I don't know
but
about
I remember
you
when
it was just XM and it was just Sirius, I bet whoever was hosting a show like this on a terrestrial station probably said, there's no way the 60s will ever go away. I can see the 40s and 50s going away, but never the 60s.
I remember my dad listening to Oldies 106.9 back in the day. He loved it. Because it was the music from when he was in high school, right?
I mean, that's what matters.
Yeah, when you're in high school.
High school and college.
The thing I love about music is the moments it takes you back to, right?
Exactly.
And if it takes you back to high school or college.
So I got 2 American men discovered on Monday after spending one drunken night in the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, is that legal?
It happened to me before, too.
I'm going to say no, Jim.
Me and a buddy.
Yes.
Now, the 2 men who had Sunday evening tickets for Paris's famous Iron Tower were allegedly trapped there due to the excessive alcohol consumption. According to the Paris prosecutor's office, tourists were found asleep early Monday morning by Eiffel Tower security staff doing the rounds ahead of the monument's opening. The tourists were then quickly removed, handed over to Paris police. They were going to press charges for intrusion, according to the operator. When they started to say the 2 men presented no threat, they actually threw out the charges.
Oh, wow.
Dude, are you drunk? I'm so drunk I'm trapped.
Where are we, man?
And finally, we've got the best foods that are actually places, according to Ranker.com.
Okay, the best food that are actually places.
All right.
Number 10, buffalo wings.
Rockstar just told us he does not like them.
I can't stand that smell.
I love wings, and guess what? I can't eat them for 5 months.
Oh, because of your tooth?
My teeth, yeah.
Teeth, my apologies.
Yeah. No ribs, no corn on the cob, no pizza crust.
Well, I can understand the ribs and the corn on the cob. I don't understand the wings, but I guess there is a tearing involved in that. It's the tearing you got to stay away from.
And I can't play tugs with chili.
Oh my gosh!
Where you have one.
Sometimes you got to make sacrifices.
Yeah, I know.
No, where I got one end of the rope, and then she's got the other, and we go back and forth like
So
sharks.
basically,
do it again. I missed that. What do you do?
I've got an end of the rope.
Right.
She's got an end of the rope.
No, you got to hold the rope.
Yeah,
I think it's
let
what
go
you
of
were
the
doing
rope.
earlier.
Just like you did the first time. We've already got that screen
big
grabbed.
rope.
Yeah.
Screen grab, Scotty. Screen grab.
That'll come back to haunt you.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Number 9 is the Boston cream pie, which
I
I've
like
always
a Boston cream pie.
thought is a little overrated.
No, I like it.
Way overrated.
Yeah. Just, the custard's a little too much.
I like it. I like it in the donut too. The Boston cream donut is really good.
I would take it in the donut more, but lemon icebox pie greater than Boston cream pie.
Disagree.
That's tight. I probably would lean lemon icebox.
Yeah.
Also would be dependent upon time of year. Number 8's California roll.
Yeah, I like California roll. It's like the beginner of sushi.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It
training
is.
wheels
of sushi, but I still
I
like
do
it.
more of the California roll when I'm going through a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Stop sign.
The stop sign keep going, yeah. Hollywood stop.
Number 7. Here we go.
Here we go. I'll hear it.
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire?
Worcestershire, yes. Lance has always added a syllable.
Mother of... I can't get that.
Worcestershire
sauce.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Who gives a shit? It was created in Worcester, England. I can get that right.
There you
In
go.
the Shire.
Just say Shire at the end.
The Frankfurter.
Yeah, I like these.
From Germany?
No, the
That's it,
Worcestershire
yeah.
sauce I could do without, but I do like Frankfurter.
The Boston baked beans. I'm a fan of Boston
What
baked
makes
beans.
some Boston baked beans?
I don't know. I like
They do it
baked
over in the
beans.
harbor.
I like baked beans.
Yeah, I like mine
too.
with a lot of sugar.
I had baked beans last night, in fact.
Brown sugar, in
Yeah,
fact.
brown sugar.
Yeah, brown sugar, molasses, if you
Oh,
want to throw it
yeah,
in there.
yeah,
Throw in
yeah.
some bacon.
Oh,
Barbecue sauce?
Dark baked beans.
Yeah.
Number 4, the Philly cheesesteak. I've always thought it's
Not
overrated.
a fan. Not a
Overrated.
fan.
I
yeah.
don't like the texture.
I'm with you. I don't like all the peppers and onions.
It's better with chicken.
Better with
I
chicken.
agree.
I was about to say that. Better with
Yeah, I
chicken.
used to go to Philly Connection when it
Me
was open
too.
around here, and I'd get the chicken.
But I'll tell you, the show Bear. I've seen one
The
season
Italian beef?
and 2 episodes. The
Right.
Italian beef, which is sort of Chicago's Philly
Looks good.
cheesesteak.
Yeah.
I'm in on this, baby. I want to try one of
Looks
those.
good.
I
Looks
wanna
good,
try one
doesn't
of
it?
those,
Yeah.
Number 3 on the list, Monterey Jack cheese.
Love it.
I'm a fan.
Fantastic. Yes.
Number 2, I'm a fan of the Belgian waffle.
Yep.
No, me too.
I'm in. What's number 1? Don't tell me Nashville hot chicken.
Number 1 is the hamburger.
Oh, Hamburger Germany. There you go.
But you got to put cheese on it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I bet it was not actually invented in hamburger though.
I think it was.
It's Hamburg, but yeah.
Yeah.
By the King, who was one of you.
Yeah,
one of-
King Burger.
Was the sandwich not invented in Sandwich, England?
I think Jim
Yes.
is correct about that.
There was
yeah.
a guy that said, I want 2 pieces, like a meat between 2 pieces of bread.
No, but I think it was created by a king, one of the kings of England. He was like, I can't hold the meat. I need something to hold it with. Give me some of that bread. And they're like, well, how about we slice it? And he goes, hey, that's a good idea. And I'll put the meat in between it.
Why don't we toast it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a fantastic
Should we
idea.
put some condiments on it?
Yeah.
And we'll call it
like
the club. This club is formed.
So there are new inventions each and every day, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Do you think we could invent a new food?
Oh, yeah. Sure we could. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I mentioned Nashville hot chicken. I think that's an invented. I don't think that's an old thing. I think that has recently been invented, and people assume they've been doing it in Nashville for years.
That is.
I don't like it, by the way.
That is trash brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's NBA time, Birmingham, as we hoop it up with the New Orleans Pelicans and Houston Rockets, October 12th at Legacy Arena. Single game tickets are now available. Visit birminghamsquadron.com or call 205-719-0850 for more information or to buy tickets. And the game is packed with former local players like Herb Jones and Kyra Lewis Jr. and Jabari Smith, and other superstars like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. You can also become a Squadron season ticket holder to get complimentary tickets to this huge event right here in the Magic City. The Pelicans preseason game in Birmingham sold out last year, so get your tickets as soon as possible. Do that online at birminghamsquadron.com or by calling 205-719-0850. October 12th, it's the Pelicans and Rockets at Legacy Arena right here in Birmingham. birminghamsquadron.com. Back with you on the Next Round, the show being brought to you by Dr. B, the guy that has this guy looking so, I mean, it looks like it's the 1990s again when it comes to hair. He's got a blanket. He's so warm on top from the hair. He's got blankets on his legs.
I'm getting prepared for Hydra Live tomorrow. They're going to be in studio, and, when they're in, I always have a blanket when I'm getting that IV.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
It's not an excuse. Legitimate.
Yeah. They used to portray grandfathers and grandmothers in rocking chairs in movies back in the 70s.
You're the pussy that won't get an IV.
Yeah. That's how you end up in that category right there. No IV.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's a sure test of manhood. Will you take an IV? No.
No, but I mean, the reason you don't want it is because you don't like needles, right?
I don't love needles, LT. I don't. And those are big needles to put an IV in you.
Boy, you feel so good after the fact. But hey, you know what you feel good about is when the hair starts to really thin out and then it gets thicker and thicker and thicker. And it's due to my friend Dr. Beckenstein. When I asked around, started to thin out. Everybody said Dr. B is the guy you need to call. Again, it's a non-invasive treatment. I do it on the couch 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time. T3hair.net, 205-319-0316. Dr. B offering the Sentis Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net, 205-319-0316.
8 NFL coaches considered on the hot seat by Bleacher Report for this upcoming NFL season. Forrester is going to pull up all these 8 pictures. I'm going to let these guys take a guess randomly, one at a time. And if your coach is actually one of the guys, it'll pop up in the picture.
Okay.
Brown, you pick first. 8 coaches. Let's see how long we can go without getting one incorrect.
8 coaches?
8 coaches. Give me one first.
No, 8 coaches again.
8 NFL coaches who are on the hot seat this year in the National Football League. Give me one coach. Let's see if you're right.
Oh, one coach that is going to be right is going to be... Oh, my
I'll go first. Kevin Stefanski.
Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns.
Boom, there he
right?
is.
Oh,
yeah.
that is one of them.
That
We
is
got
one
the
of them,
picture
yeah.
that matches that. Bleacher Report's list of coaches who are on the hot seat. The Browns, if they don't make the playoffs, you get rid of this guy?
Yes, you do get rid of this guy.
Okay.
And I like Stefanski.
No, I don't dislike him.
I will go Ron Rivera with the Washington. I'm going to call them the Redskins today.
Okay, Ron Rivera of the Washington Football Club. Is he in the picture roulette?
Boom, there he is.
2 for 2.
I will stay in that same division and go Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy of America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, is in the roulette picture.
12 or 13 wins last year. I can't remember which, but feels like he's always on the hot
But
seat.
how are you? But you're Dallas, right?
Yeah,
you're
right.
on the hot seat.
Even though, Jerry Jones doesn't change coaches as much as it seems like he gets labeled.
There are only 8 of these. This
Yeah.
gets us to the halfway point, which is halfway to $1 million.
Yeah, no. I feel really good about my next selection. He's got an elite quarterback, but he ain't done shit. That's Brandon Staley, former Rams defensive coordinator with the LA Chargers. Give me some
He's
Brandon
in
Staley.
there. Oh. Ding, 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 ding. We're at $500,000. Do you want to check out here, Brown, or do you want to keep going?
Boy, it's going to get tough here, Lance. Do you feel good about any of them after this?
Yeah.
Okay, there's 4 more. You can pass and go to him if you don't feel really good. Don't be the one that pops up.
I got a hero play here. You go next. I'll pass to you. You go next. So I got a hero play, but I don't want to ruin it for us. I want you to ruin it.
You want me to ruin it?
Yeah, I want you to be the reason we lost.
I am going to go. This is where it gets tricky.
I know.
Just based on this fact. These are good coaches that have pretty good teams, but based on expectation, I am going to feel good about this. I'm going to go Mike Vrabel with the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, wow. That's a bold play.
Forster? Incorrect
I knew I was
answer.
going to let Lance ruin it.
Incorrect answer.
I was going to say my hero play was going to be Sean McDermott with Buffalo. We talked about that the other day.
No chance.
But I don't think so either, but he's been mentioned already.
No chance.
Another X. Let's run through the other 4 pictures
who
we
else we
have
got?
here and give me your reaction.
All
Who's
right.
next that's on this
Your
list?
boy might be on it, by the way.
Mike McDaniel?
Yep.
I thought about it.
He is not on there.
Yeah.
That guy is Josh McDaniels.
Josh
of the
McDaniel,
Las Vegas
yeah.
I
Raiders.
cannot believe we did not say
He's
Josh McDaniels.
flamed out every single time. I'm
you're
with you.
You're going to kick yourself on a couple of these.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next on the list here? Dennis Allen down in New Orleans.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, the Sean Payton aftermath.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing with Dennis Allen. Didn't have a quarterback last year.
I know.
2 more, and one of these is really obvious, and one probably is a good coach who shouldn't get fired. That guy's a good coach who probably shouldn't get fired.
Thought about Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I think he's a good coach that he's never been handed a quarterback. I mean, get the guy a quarterback.
And then the last guy sort of took the fun out of football for the greatest quarterback of all time. Todd Bowles. Tampa Bay.
Yeah. But you're expected to suck. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, you were not expected to suck last year.
You were
though.
not. That's true.
But I think if you don't believe he's the future, it's clean sweep. Hey, look, we're going to get the first overall pick, take Caleb Williams. We'll bring a new coach in and the offensive-minded coaches as opposed to a defensive guy.
Yeah.
So I could see that.
Again, a little Buccaneer podcast I listened to, and I put no faith in this at all. But Lincoln Riley to the NFL, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Caleb Williams if they get the first overall
That
pick.
would be an interesting play there.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be excited about it or not. I'd
Okay.
be excited for Caleb Williams. I don't know if I'd be excited about Lincoln.
Honestly, even though you're a Bucs fan, better job USC right now in the day of the NIL and going to the Big Ten or the Tampa
I'd
Bay
stay
Bucs.
at USC.
See, I would too.
The money's the same probably, or better at USC.
It's better.
And we're about to get to Buster, but the fact of the matter is, I gave you 8 coaches from Bleacher Report that are on the hot seat.
Uh-huh.
In the NFL, 32 coaches are on the hot seat every year.
That's right.
You can be a coach for 1 year and get fired.
Yep.
Right? It's just 1 year. Anybody can get fired, including Bill Belichick if it happens. That is this hour of the show, brought to you in part by our friends at Chicken Cock. Tell us about Chicken Cock as we get to the top of the hour and Buster Olney.
I saw some people asking, is Chicken Cock going to be available? I assume it will. We won't have like a Chicken Cock rep on location, but this is one of those great bourbons if you're around not only Alabama, outside of the state. Ask for it by name. Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand. Again, I've got both of the essentials that are available in Alabama behind my bar, the bourbon and the rye. We've got them in the green room here. All expressions are available for special order at your local ABC store. You can order online, chickencockwhiskey.com. That is chickencockwhiskey.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand. Available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Number one song in 1995, Gangsta's Paradise. Waterfalls was number 2. Creep is number 3. Pick any of those to describe the Yankees, who are below 500 this late in the year for the first time since 1995.
I'm going to go Creep because they've got the second worst batting average in all of baseball. The only club that is worse is the Oakland Athletics, and that is pathetic when you think about it.
Yeah. Buster Olney of ESPN joins us each week to talk about Major League Baseball. He's presented by MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code Next Round when you go sign up at MyBookie.ag. Get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 with code Next Round at MyBookie.ag. What's happening, Buster? How are you today?
Not much. Yeah, it's been hard watching Aaron Boone, who I worked with on Sunday Night Baseball, and he's a friend. And after the Braves blew the Yankees out in Game 1 of that series, and Boone was answering questions about what was going on, he was struggling to find words. And you could see that in his face. And what he said after their loss yesterday, that he felt like a broken record because he's repeating himself day after day. Aaron Judge has been critical. They have not had a losing season since 1992. They have not had a losing season in Brian Cashman's entire tenure as general manager, which began in February of 1998. And boy, I know Aaron has talked about the possibility of maybe one of those crazy runs that we've seen in the past, but they certainly don't look like they're ready for that. And the question is going to be, how extensive will the overhaul be within that front office?
Buster, people thought I was insane back in early April when I said Seattle was going to win the American League. I'm not saying they're going to, but these Mariners are playing good baseball right now.
Yeah, they're kind of hanging around the edge. It's like watching the Kentucky Derby, and that horse that's been way back is slowly creeping forward. And it's not like they're chasing immortal teams. The Blue Jays, to me, would be a dangerous team if they reach the postseason, but they've been without Bo Bichette. They're hoping that he comes back. He can work through that knee problem and be a factor. Tampa Bay having all kinds of problems. They haven't been playing well since the beginning of the year. Now Shane McClanahan, their Cy Young candidate, is out for the entire season. Wander Franco, let's face it, he's given the fact that he's under investigation for Major League Baseball, there's a real chance that we don't see him again on the field this year, it seems like. Seattle, if they get into the postseason with that pitching staff, I think just like the Blue Jays, they would be a dangerous team. They've made a habit in recent years of making these great runs at the end of the season.
Back to the Franco thing, it's not apples to apples with Trevor Bauer, but there's a guy who is really good, and then he's out of Major League Baseball because of an off-the-field incident. You mentioned it. There's a chance that this keeps him away from Major League Baseball for an extended period of time, even if he ends up not facing criminal charges. That team has always, I'm a fan, has always been built around sort of a team philosophy, utility players and stuff. He was their big contract guy. They paid him guaranteed money, $182 million. Did he fit into to sort of the franchise philosophy, or was he sort of a gamble on their part to just go all in on one of their young stars?
Yeah, and they were, kind of like the Braves with Ronald Acuna Jr., they were able to convince him at a young age to take this big contract, this long-term, deal, and they bet in part on the person they believed him to be. You always heard stories about Wander Franco when he was 19 years old, like he had the it factor. He would be a guy who could lead a team. And again, it's to you borrow your phrase, it's not apples to apples with what's going on now, but early in the year, he has a situation where it's clear that he's rubbing his teammates the wrong way. Then he gets benched. And now he's got this situation, which it's hard to get into details about because they're so fragile. And I don't want to jump ahead of the story, but you're right. Once you get in the crosshairs of Major League Baseball's investigative unit, and they're going to do work, and the Dominican Republic authorities also are investigating him. It's hard to know exactly when he's going to be back on the field, and you got to believe that the Rays, and you know them better than I do, that's an organization that mitigates risk. And right now with Franco, this is such a difficult situation. I'm sure that they're already making plans going ahead. Okay, what we have to envision life without him on our, in our everyday lineup.
Buster Olney is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up at MyBookie.ag for that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Like all of our guests, Buster appears on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. One of our audience members weighs in with a question. Bobby, a big Cubs fan, points out that there are 3 series coming up here are Kansas City, Detroit, Pittsburgh, not very good teams. He's starting to believe they can win the division. Cubs winning the division is a good possibility. True or false?
True, although the news about Marcus Stroman is a body blow, right? At the beginning of the year, first half of the season, he was their best pitcher. He was actually in the conversation for a National League Cy Young Award. We thought that he was probably going to be a guy that they would trade. But we just found out this week that he's got a cartilage fracture in his rib cage, which means that, speaking of timelines, it may be that he doesn't start again in this regular season. And for a team that, relies so much on its pitching, I think that's a blow. But what I said about the American League wildcard race, I think extends to the National League Central. They're not chasing great teams. the Brewers certainly are capable with their starting pitching of playing well, but that's not the 27 Yankees. The Cincinnati Reds have had all kinds of pitching issues. So, yeah, and if you saw that home run last night, that walk-off that was hit by Morel, I can't remember where I read it, but somebody said, boy, once you get the energy of the Wrigley Field crowd behind this team, it's something special. And you saw that last night, and it does feel like this team is gathering momentum. And I bet you if you were to give truth serum to all the people in that front office, they had no idea this was coming. We thought this was going to be a pitching and defense type team, and it turns out they're much better offensively than anybody expected.
Hey, so Buster, last time we talked to you, we were in Ocean City, Maryland, and if we actually talked about this, forgive me. I had a towel on my head. We were at the pool. It was a long week. But the Delmarva Shorebirds, we were given a lot of their gear. It's their single A classification up there, so it's the tri-state of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. But one of their major prospects early on this season, Jackson Holiday. And we all drew an envelope with a signed autograph, and I drew the Jackson Holiday. And people are saying,
put that in a safe someplace.
People are saying this kid is going to be a complete stud, and he could be up as early as next season.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And how is he going to fit in with that great group of prospects they've had? I've had evaluators of other teams tell me that they think Gunnar Henderson is more likely to be the long-term answer at shortstop for the Orioles, and that Jackson Holiday will play third base. He just rakes. And that started from the first time I think he began walking. I can remember the first time I saw him at age 3, Matt Holliday, his dad, is like flipping balls to him, and he's just crushing the ball. And right away, and I said to Matt, like, oh boy, we're going to be writing about this guy a lot of years from now. And sure enough, I mean, here we are. He was a number 1 overall pick. But here's the crazy thing, guys. What you hear from people, and I have not seen his younger brother play, what you hear from people is the younger brother is the player.
Wow.
Like Jackson Holiday might be a guy who's going to be in the top 20, but I'm hearing that his younger brother is actually a better prospect than Jackson is. Think about that.
That is crazy.
I think the Holidays are set for life.
Yeah. Who's their mom? Jeannie Finch?
Man, oh man.
Yeah, that actually works out in Lance's family too, with the younger brother is the bigger prospect right now. He has twice passed on asking about his Dodgers, so I will pass again to give him a chance later on and talk about the Braves starting pitching. Did I read right? 4 shutouts in 7 games? The Braves offense, I was reading, is so, I mean, they're setting record after record, on pace to set these major league records offensively, and now here comes their starting pitching again. It seems to be such a well-rounded team.
Yeah, I would say this, though. We can't, on one hand, trash the Yankees for there being a terrible offense and then give full credit to the Braves rotation, right? Because it feels like right now, if you face the Yankees, you're going to look like, Hall of Fame staff. I mean, look, that's the Braves' biggest question as we come down the stretch. How effective will their starting pitching be once we get into the big games, once we get into, October? I think at this point, Elder looked great against the Yankees, but I think right now everyone would look like Cy Young against the Yankees lineup. So I want a little bit more information. I do think it's awesome that Max Fried is back, and you give credit to Alex Anthopoulos. Their front office had the faith in the team to basically tell Max Fried, look, you go and take as much time as you can. We want to get you as healthy as possible because we need you to leave the staff as we go forward. And Charlie Morton, last year it felt like there was aggression of stuff in him down the stretch. And this year we have not seen that so far.
Where does Buster is with us, courtesy of mybookie.ag. You mentioned the 27 Yankees. I think that's the one. Is that the one that's considered the greatest offense in Major League history? Was that the one? Am I right, Buster?
Yeah, the 27 Yankees with Ruth and Gehrig in the middle of those. I'm biased. I tend to think of the 98 Yankees the best team, but the 27 Yankees had this crazy offensive lineup. The Braves are certainly beginning to enter the conversation about the best depth in the lineup that we've seen.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Like modern day, 27 Yankees is a different game back then. Modern day baseball, I mean, this is one of the best offenses we've ever seen. They just crush, and they do it early. They jump on teams so early in the first inning.
Yeah, and I would compare this lineup to what I saw with the Yankees in 98. That team You had Chuck Knobloch leading off, great on base percentage, followed by Derek Jeter, followed by Paul O'Neill. And the 9th place hitter on that team in 98, Scott Brosius, drove in 98 runs.
Gosh.
And that's kind of what we're seeing with these Braves teams. I mean, Marcell Ozuna feels like an afterthought. We were, having conversations on your show about whether or not they would release him early in the season because he looked so bad. And now they just look like a juggernaut. And they look like all systems go. And the great thing for Brian Snitker is, as he's making his choices, Murphy early in the year was so hot. And then he's kind of cooled off, so he can drop him back. Austin Riley early in the year, had less of a prominent role, and now he's gotten hot. The fact is also they're feeding into each other because, if you're Austin Riley or if you are, Marcell Ozuna, you're coming to the plate constantly with runners on base, and the opposing pitchers are on the defensive. And we've talked about all the runs they've scored in the first inning, which is unforeseen, and unseen before. For a team to come out, every game it feels like, and have a 2-0 or 3-0 lead as you go into the second inning. What an advantage for this year's team. And it will be interesting to see, how that the depth in the lineup translates once we go into the postseason. You see better pitching.
Okay, to those Dodgers, they've won 10 consecutive games. They're only 4.5 back of the Braves for the best record in the National League. J.D. Martinez back in the lineup. If Walker Buehler can come back in time for the postseason, well, first of all, do you believe he will be back? Dave Roberts thinks he will be back. And number two, if he does, how close are the Dodgers and Braves in talent?
I still think the Braves are the better team, but in a short series, especially with Lance Lynn seemingly re-energized by joining the Dodgers, getting Walker Buehler back. And just what I've heard from people within the Dodgers organization is they would love for Walker Buehler to come back and to be able to be a guy who can contribute, 2 or 3 dominant innings, dropped in a special relief appearance. Maybe he can build up to more, but I think the conservative estimates within the Dodgers organization is that he's someone who's going to have an impact in a shorter role. It's interesting at the trade deadline, the Dodgers waited a little bit longer to do some of their deals, after they did Kike Hernandez. I think you can make an argument that Andrew Friedman did as well as anybody or better than with comparing him with other general managers in terms of augmenting the team. I mean, you watch the Dodgers on a daily basis. So Ahmed Rosario, who the Guardians basically said, look, he's not good enough defensively to support our pitching and defense type team. But for the Dodgers, who score enough runs, it doesn't matter as much. And they're not putting him out at, shortstop the way the Guardians had to put him out. And when you have he and Kike balancing out the lineup and giving more opportunities for Dave Roberts to match up, man, that is a potent lineup.
Buster, I would like to give you a moment to talk about how cool the venue is where you will be Sunday night. It is Phillies Nationals, but it's the Little League Classic there in Williamsport. How cool is that with some of those Little Leaguers being able to see their heroes play?
Yeah, and the coolest thing for me is to watch the players' response to the Little Leaguers. A couple of years ago, we had the Angels there, and all the Team Japan was there, and they're all staring up at Shohei Ohtani, who's like a superhero, and asking him questions, and he's having fun with them. And you see the players going down that hill there in Williamsport on cardboard. It does feel like over the course of a 6-month, 162-game season, like it can potentially re-energize these guys. And I'm sure that Bryce Harper, who played Little League in Las Vegas, he's going to have fun, interacting with the players. Kyle Schwarber, I'm sure, will. Bryson Stott, that's going to be a lot of fun. It is a special event. And one of the things we're planning on doing, we did a Zoom call earlier today to prepare for this event. We're hoping, you guys have always seen those segments where Little Leaguers ask Major Leaguers questions. I'm hoping to have some of the favorite players of these Little Leaguers, Major League players, asking the Little Leaguers questions.
Oh, wow.
And I think it could turn out to be a really fun segment.
Wow, that is really cool. If Oakland were in this game, could they win the Little League World Series, do you think?
Oh, man, what a question.
Debate that
They're
one.
better than what we thought. We thought they would be the worst team of all time. They might only be in the top 5 worst teams of all time.
There's something to strive for.
Chinese Taipei over Oakland.
All right, see Buster and the crew from Williamsport, Sunday night, 6 o'clock, Phillies and Nationals. Always a pleasure, Buster. Thank you very much for the time. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care, Buster. With us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round. When you sign up at MyBookie.ag, you get a sign-up bonus up to $1,000. That is MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Bama fan 1972, hair gel. Yeah, I need some of that. All right, the shows that we announced about right now, 24 hours ago, our Michelson look ahead to what's coming your way this football season. Here's a look at the whole list of shows. You can catch Tom Luganbill with me on Monday morning live. Then you can get Bonus Brown, extra Ryan Brown on the Burnout with Peter Burns. You can get him on Ball with Tom Luganbill, and you can get Ryan on DJ Football with Daniel Jeremiah. You get Bonus LT with Aaron Suttles on Bama and Bourbon back this year. You get him with Brock Heward on Unlocked, and you get him with Tom Luganbill on Spitting Lugs. Plus, you get the Village Vice, new episode actually tonight, 4 times a week, with Zach Blackerby and Brad Law, and 3 times a week live at 2 p.m. You get McCready and Siskey. That's Neil McCready and Tyler Siskey talking football and recruiting and everything else that is going on. All that on your new platform that is Disrupt Media, formerly Double Down Media. The name change right on cue as we start year 3 here of our platform. And new shows to come, including one special one with LT that we can't wait to announce. All that is coming out as we continue to get ready for football season, 9 days away. That's our Michelson look ahead.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made more than 2 decades ago. Hopefully the Michelsons are going to be out tonight at our party. Looking forward to that. But again, very passionate about this because I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the contacts. Didn't even realize that. Now I have 2015 vision, better than 2020. And this is 2 decades ago when I got the procedure done. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Back with you on the next round. Our look at New York City, brought to you by Hydra Live here. A familiar name hanging over the skyscrapers in New York City this week. You got the picture? Let's see it. There it is. Bodacious. Right there in downtown New York City, from Eugene, Oregon, or Pinson Valley, or Auburn, Alabama, wherever, to the Big Apple. Bodacious, kicking off the Heisman campaign for the Oregon Ducks.
Bodacious is a terrible name. It looks like they did that in Hell's Kitchen on the backside. What happened? You guys remember Joey Harrington? They had him front and center in Times Square.
He did not win the Heisman, Lance.
He did not? But I guarantee he'll finish higher than Bo does.
You think Joey Harrington finishes higher than Bo? Where did Joey finish? Was he in the seat? Was he one of the Final Four?
I don't
Do
know
you
that he
want to bet
made
a
New
stake
York.
on this?
No, I don't want to bet a stake. I'm asking you, where did Joey finish?
I don't think he made New York.
Number two. I mean, that's
Did he make New York? I didn't remember that.
I think he was runner-up.
I mean, if he's two, I mean, that's impressive. He
Yeah,
got to
I
New
agree.
York.
Better than I thought.
So money well spent on the campaign there for Oregon back with Joey Harrington. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 4, here is Bo Nix talking about just the difference. Remember last year, he was getting to know everybody on the Oregon football team, including a new coaching staff. Now, with all his years at Auburn, and now a year in Oregon under his belt, how is it different at this camp in Oregon than it is, say, last year?
Things you've learned, though, I mean, is your process different than it was 4 years ago?
Yeah, much different. Going about practice is much different. I grow from different mistakes. I think just the overall processing a defense is just different. Much familiar with the nuances of playing the position, like movements and cadence and all that kind of stuff that you've just kind of done a lot of in the past, and so you're kind of used to it. So you feel kind of relaxed and calm back there, and it's a good feeling. Doing it for this long, I guess you better feel that way.
Always looks so pleasant there when Bo's doing his interviews. Never looks hot.
And I'm setting up Hydra Live for this reason, with all this getting to this. On Monday, it was 108 degrees in Portland, 110 in Eugene.
Are you serious?
The hottest time they've had in decades because of a heat dome that's sitting on top of the Pacific Northwest. And do you know what a lot of, like in Puget Sound? Puget Sound, where it was 95 degrees. You know what most of the homes in Puget Sound doesn't have?
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning. They just open the windows usually. Heat dome, dangerous heat up in the Pacific Northwest. It's starting to break today into the weekend.
It still looked pleasant there for whatever reason. I was wrong. Joey Harrington came in 4th.
Okay.
Still got to New York.
Didn't think he made it to New York.
How pedestrian the numbers were back there. 2001, the 4th overall for a quarterback. Threw for 2,700 yards, completed 58% of his passes, 27 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
It's changed a lot even since then, hasn't it?
From the weather forecast in the Pacific Northwest to our friends at Hydra Live.
Yeah, looking forward to Hydra Live coming in studio tomorrow. I'm going to be getting the IV therapy. I told her dealer's choice. Just absolutely love these IVs. Not only that, the B12 injections. Kelsey's going to get one of those. Cryotherapy, compression therapy. It's all under one roof. They're open 7 days a week. Both locations, the newest in Greystone, at the corner of Highway 119 and Douglas Baker. Also Homewood. These are open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, not a big deal. Nurse can come to business or home. You mentioned Next Run at checkout. You're going to get 20% off any of these services. You can follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Life Therapy or HydraLifeTherapy.com.
Okay, so when you start talking about college football, by the way, Rockstar always Thursday with our 4 downs. He's got that coming up in the next segment. We'll get to that. Tonight, we've got our kickoff party and our anniversary party all together. We're out at Walk-On Stadium Trace, 5 o'clock. Tell us a little bit about tonight, Brownie. We got T-shirts, right?
We got T-shirts, first 100. What were you just talking about in the lobby there? I heard you discussing the party in the lobby. We got some specials, right?
Yeah, we've got some specials. Bud Light's going to be on hand.
Yeah.
So we will be doing some sampling from our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light girls will be there. They're going to have some swag. We've got some raffle giveaways. We've got some cool stuff we're going to be giving away. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I suggest getting there early. There is plenty of parking at that location, but last year it was very, very crowded. I expect a bigger crowd this year.
I agree completely, yeah. Stadium Trace location, again, that's the one near the Hoover Met on 150. It starts at 5. We'll stay as long as you'll stay, or they kick us out, whichever comes first. They do close at some point, though, so when they get ready to close, we'll have to leave. But we'll hang with you guys as long as you want.
Looking forward to that tonight out at Walk-Ons. All right. 9 days away from week 0, there has been a lot of realignment since 2004. Now, this doesn't go all the way back to Arkansas and South Carolina, but since 2004, there have been 15 teams to move in Power 5, realign in Power 5, to move into Power 5 conferences. Saturday Down South ranks number 1 to 15. The worst addition to a Power 5 conference since 2004. Rutgers was
to the Big Ten.
Who did you say?
I was going to say Colorado. They did make one Pac-12 championship game, so Rutgers makes more sense.
Rutgers,
I would go Colorado number 2.
Yeah, Rutgers was all about supposedly getting into the New York TV market. I mean, nobody at the Big Ten pretended they were adding a good football program.
That's right. Rutgers is the worst since 2004. Colorado to the Pac-12 was 14th. That was back in 2011. Maryland is 13th.
That's right.
Right.
Another grab of a TV market, trying to get into that Washington, D.C. TV market there, but not a great program.
Okay, so to me, those were the three obvious.
That's right.
Okay, in 2013, the ACC added this team, Syracuse. How do you judge Syracuse in the ACC
I don't think they've been very good. I don't know what Syracuse has done in the ACC. Their best days were their last good days really were the Donovan McNabb days, weren't they? The Dwight Freeney days, I guess, in the Big East.
Yeah, but, Dino Babers did have a 10-win season.
One time
when they beat Clemson that year. It was a pretty good team. Last year's team was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think they won 7 or 8 games last year.
Underwhelming
but
overall.
But still, it's not what Paul Pasqualoni was able to do.
Yeah.
Nebraska to the Big Ten is ranked 11th by Saturday Down South.
But
when
it
happened, though, it seemed like such a big deal.
Well, I mean, they were coming off competing in the Big 12. I mean, Bo Pelini had them competitive, playing for championships in the Big 12, or at least at a championship level in the Big 12. So, when it happened, you thought maybe they could make some noise, especially in that weak division, but they've never scratched the surface even in that weak division.
Thank God for Matt Ryan, or Boston College wouldn't be at number 10. They'd be lower. Matt Ryan had some good years, but 2004 since 2005 in the ACC, Boston College is at number 10. Number 9, still not to an SEC team yet.
I noticed that.
West Virginia at number 9.
Very underwhelming, and this is going to be a make-or-break season for Neil Brown. And we all like Neil, but for whatever reason, it just hasn't translated to any success at all. And West Virginia, I mean, they get done no favors by the Big 12 is going to be tough this year to begin with, but you open up against Penn State.
Louisville is 8th. Since joining the ACC, Louisville has a 54% win percentage, 0 conference championships, and only finished the top 25 twice.
Okay, one of those years, though, both years with Lamar Jackson, but one of those years, they had that incredible game against Clemson. If they would have beaten Clemson, I just wonder how different things would have been the year Lamar won the Heisman Trophy. It hadn't been a complete disaster.
No, not a complete disaster. I mean, we're middle ways here in this ranking. They have at least produced a Heisman Trophy winner.
The next team has won a conference championship, so not everything's a disaster. Pittsburgh at 7 in the ACC in 2013. Is when they joined. They've won 1 conference championship.
But, I mean, I would say you've gotten pretty normal Pittsburgh in the ACC.
I would agree.
Pittsburgh has been historically, I think that's what they've been in the ACC.
Very, very steady.
Yeah. I would actually have Pitt ahead of this team in the ACC. Miami is in at number 6.
Yeah, definitely. What has Miami done in the ACC?
A 59% win percentage, 0 conference championships, and 5 top 25 finishes.
And how many head coaches?
Yeah,
a lot since 2004.
I'd put Pitt in front of Miami. I'm with you.
Yeah. Now, in 2004, when they made the jump, they were coming off of, what was it? Was it 01? 01, they were champs. 02, 03, they were in the mix.
It was a good program when they went to the ACC, and they've never gotten anywhere close to that.
15 Power 5 realignments.
I bet I know 1 and 2.
Since 2004, and you're up to number 5. We'll get to 1 and 2. But at number 5 is your first SEC. That's Missouri in here. Now,
let's see.
No
they've got this
conference
wrong.
champions, but
they've played for 2 of them, and Texas A&M hasn't scratched Atlanta. I don't know why you would have A&M in front of Missouri.
Yep,
I don't either. I mean, 2012 was a nice year for A&M.
Yeah, but Missouri's twice been to Atlanta, and
one time a win away from being in the national championship.
Yeah, so
game.
I would definitely have Missouri in front of A&M.
Texas A&M is number 4 with 0 championships, 4 top 25 finishes.
Yeah,
that's a low bar.
I agree.
TCU, played for a national championship, is number 3. Utah to the Pac-12 is number 2, and number 1 is Virginia Tech to the ACC. They've won 4 conference championships. All these others.
Yeah, Utah's had a better run than Virginia Tech.
I would agree with you. I mean, 4 conference championships, though, is what they're looking at, and you've got 2 for Utah, 6 top 25 finishes as opposed to 10 top 25 finishes.
See, I would have gotten that wrong. I would have gone Utah 1, TCU 2.
Because they played for a national
Virginia
championship.
Tech 3,
yeah. But those are the 3. Of the ones that are changing next year, there's a lot of them. USC, Texas, Oklahoma are the 3 biggest ones, and bigger than any of the ones we just named.
There's no doubt.
And we expect all 3 of them, especially USC, to have a lot more success than any of these teams we talked about.
No, but if you look at teams coming from Group 5 and independents, I think when you start to look around the Big 12, I think Central Florida can end up having a lot of success. Houston can have a lot of success. BYU can have a lot of success.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some teams that are built for success, even though the teams who have transitioned, at least recently, have not always been lined up for great success. Our friends at Wayne's want to help you succeed. Rockstar's 4 Downs in the next segment. Our friends at Wayne's right now celebrating 50 years of service to Wayne's, pest control, termite protection, also lawn care service, and that mosquito protection, which we love in the springtime and the summertime here in the South, so you can get out and enjoy your backyard with our friends at Wayne's. We want to save $50, $100, $150 on all these platforms by just using the promo code TNR. It stands for the next round. Promo code TNR saves you $50. You can stack them 2 for $100 and so forth on any of the services when you go to callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. Use that promo code TNR if you're a new customer or even if you're an existing customer. So even if you've been with Wayne's a long time, promo code TNR will save you money. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
You could win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Well, now it's been over 2 years ago and a few months when we first called Simpio, and we're like, hey, we left our paying job and we're starting this company, and we've kicked a bunch of money in to own this company. None of us here know how to do payroll. None of us here know how to set up payroll. How are we going to get paid? And someone says, damn, we need to call Simpio.
That was it. Simpio, they take care of the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio, you can join any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
Thanks to Simpio, we've never been strapped for cash. They have kept us with good books, man. They're so good at the business plan. Enjoyed our time making the announcements yesterday. No timeline on when the new shows will be announced to add to those, but we do look forward to hanging out with you guys tonight and answering as much questions as we can at Walk-Ons. There's the list of the new shows again. But the Zach Blackerby, Brad Law show drops another Auburn pod tonight on War Damn Pods. And when is McCready and Siskey? Is it next week? Do you know?
Yeah. They'll be live 2 o'clock and 3 afternoons a week. So like Lunsford said, we'll have a landing page there on the website, so you can find out all the times you can expect these.
Yeah, some people were asking for old school magnets yesterday of when all the shows would be. You put them on your refrigerator as a reminder. The old school magnet schedules. Remember those?
I do. It was a big day back in the day.
In fact, I think we had Red Mott magnets the very first kickoff party up here 2 years ago.
I think you're right.
With the Alabama and the Auburn schedules on there. Hey, let's do our 4 downs today. It's brought to you by our great friends at Slice Pizza. 4 downs, 4 great locations. May have to go to a 5th down soon if they had a location, right?
Yeah, look, and don't be surprised. I mean, this is just an incredible concept. The late Jeff Bajalia started this. His brothers continued the legacy, Jason and Chris. Make sure you get into one of those great 4 locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. Local pizza, local ingredients, best pizza out there, from the soul pie, the wing and a prayer, the Bajalia special, the new Mexicali. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
What is something that you have invested thousands of hours into and is now pointless?
Man, I hate to say earmuffs for the kids.
Okay, earmuffs for the kids. How long do you need so we can well, you'll know when it's over, because you're not putting on earmuffs, just the kids. All right, that's fair warning.
This is going to contradict me. Last night at dinner, I had this conversation with the kids about how important education is in college.
Right.
But school.
Okay, did not know that's where you're going with earmuffs the kids.
Yeah, look, I mean, I believe that you should do it for the experience, the social experience. I think there are some positives, the structure. I think you do learn certain things. But overall, I don't know. A lot of it's a waste.
You and I have had this discussion before of the thing we learned in school that we used the most, and you and I both said it was typing.
It is typing.
Yeah. I think that's...
No, I will give you. I'm pretty good at addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, but that's as far as my math skills go.
Yeah, and you told us off the air, a little intoxicated, that you didn't know your ABCs.
Yeah,
that
was actually on the show.
Yeah.
He only recently learned his ABCs.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, so Lance has an Alabama degree and only recently learned his ABCs.
A little overplayed.
Yeah. What do you mean overplayed?
No, I just never did the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. This is where I get caught up. Q, R, S, T, X, Y, Z.
U, V.
Yeah, U, V, X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
That's where I always get tripped up.
As an Alabama fan, you just go
W, X, Y, Z.
Just go
W, X, Y, and Z.
No, you go R-S-T against the wall. U-V. All night long. W, X, Y, and Z.
That's very good, Joe.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say thousands of hours, Rockstar, but there's a whole host of streaming and television series that I've invested so much time in and just never finished them. And some of it's inexplicable, like Better Call Saul. My wife and I were digging through that, and we would do like 1 or 2 episodes a night, and I bet you we haven't watched one in 3 months now. And I don't know why. We like the show, but it's just like you get out of the habit of doing it, and we haven't gone back to it. Like, I'm going to need a refresher now.
It's just a great last season, too. I think you're on the last season, aren't you?
Pretty close, yeah.
Wow.
If I'm not on the last season, I'm close to it.
What show? Because I missed. I was reading some
Well, I was just
comments.
talking about numerous shows we've done this. Like we did it with
thousands of hours.
Thousands is an overstatement. Yeah, we did it with what's the Man in the High Castle?
Yeah.
No, it just got confusing. But the one I was talking about was Better Call Saul.
Can I tell you what I started doing? When did this writer's strike start?
I think it was May.
May. Okay, so I started this about June because we're going to have a gap here soon, right? Because
that's going to be a big gap.
Because that thing's still going on.
Yeah,
They're not back right.
It's going to mimic what we saw with the pandemic.
So what I've done is I've started to write down shows as I go back through. If I log on to Max, I'll like, you've been watching this, and I'll write down what I've been watching that is not done yet that I expect to come back, so that I've got a list at home, and it's an ongoing list. Every time when I go into Hulu again, I'll catch up. Shows that are still sort of open for me. I'm not finished these shows.
That's right, yeah.
And new seasons are coming somewhere down the road. Like, what's the Jennifer Aniston, Reese Witherspoon?
The Morning Show.
The Morning Show. I guess they're coming back for season 3. Maybe they're not. I'm through. I watched both of the seasons, so that's in the open list right now. And eventually, if it's done, I can just mark through it. That way, as an old guy, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm still waiting on a return of.
But I'll tell you this:
the biggest thing is right now with Stranger Things with those kids that are going to be 5 years old.
Yeah, they're going to be way too old once the writer strike's over.
The thing though is going back in like your favorite series of all time. You can watch those again after years. Again, I'm on my 3rd go around of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, oh, I do all the time.
Yeah.
I do all the time. I go back and watch the things. I've not watched a second run through on Game of Thrones yet. I'm saving that for dark times.
Second down.
What is something that should never go on a pizza? I asked this because we played at a venue in Tennessee and they provided food for us. Pickles on a pizza.
Oh, pickles. I've had a pizza with pickles on it. Didn't hate it.
I've had the cheeseburger pizza with pickles on it. It's delicious.
I like it.
I like pickles. Now, I'll tell you, I didn't try it the other night, but when I ordered the Mexicali, they said, I said, what's a meat of choice? They said lamb, no thank you.
Yeah.
I would say lamb or anchovies. I never understood the anchovies.
Didn't either. Mine's going to be a touch controversial. I'll go onions. I don't like raw onions on anything, really.
Ooh, I like raw onions better than I do cooked onions.
Yeah. I'll order a cheese quesadilla. And I know you say no meat, no meal.
No meat, no meal, Lance.
But
That's
I'll
an appetizer.
get it with raw onions inside of the cheese quesadilla with a side of pickled jalapenos.
Yeah, that used to be the
Your
bonus.
breath is kicking after
I'm
that.
sure.
Yeah, that was the bonus thing for me at Taco Bell back in the day. If I was really hungry, I'd get what I wanted, and then I would throw like the bean burrito that had onions, cheese, and just the refried beans in it. Those would be like my bonus. If I was really hungry, I'd get like
that's dessert.
I'd get the burrito supreme combo, and throw an extra bean burrito in there, and it came with raw onions.
Well,
on it.
I'll tell you this: you can tell, like at a Subway, if you're waiting on a sandwich, who's hungry in front of you when they order everything on it.
That's right.
Yes.
Third down.
How many pillows do you sleep with?
I'm a two-pillow guy. I sleep with my head on one, and I hold another one between my knees because it helps my back. Sounds like a very old man, but it is true.
I'm right there with you. I've got a thin pillow for the head, and then I've got a thicker pillow between the knees, and I constantly flip. I'll start on stomach, and then I'll go to the side. Back will start hurting. I'll flip to the other side, but I do put the pillow between the knees.
I always start facing. I lay on my right shoulder facing out, and I'll flip over and back and forth. I'm almost always asleep on my shoulders.
You got one of your teeth, right?
No, I'm a one-pillow guy, and if I need something between my knees, I just spoon the wife. I don't need an extra pillow.
I thought she spooned you.
I thought the dog was
She
in the
does
way.
sometimes.
Yeah, what about Charlie?
She does sometimes. Oh, Charlie, those dogs in the bed. At 2:50 the other morning, I was like, oh, these dogs. Let's get them out of the
Who
bed.
sleeps in white jeans?
Yeah. No.
Fourth down.
What is the dumbest thing somebody has made fun of you for?
Me being a Rams fan. I get it all the time on this format here.
From us? Well, I make fun of you for it.
A little bit.
Maybe as much as you bring it up.
I'm able to intertwine it into our conversation.
I've got a lengthy one, Brown.
Okay, you go ahead while I think of this
one. So we're flying back from Ocean City.
Oh, here we go.
And I didn't know this was a problem until yesterday when it was called creepy. I sat next to Lance on every leg of the flight except on the Charlotte to Birmingham. So I've got an empty seat behind me, a nice young couple with a 2-year-old. I can't remember her name now, but the 2-year-old was in front.
Well, you talked to her the whole hour and a half.
So Lance is trying to sleep, I guess, on the same row, but across the aisle beside Brown, who sleeps no problem.
Yeah, no, Brown wasn't sleeping at all. I got to bring this up, though. And I asked Brown, he's got the thing flipped straight open. I want to sleep. I gave him my window seat, and I asked him, hey, man, I'm about to sleep. Can we switch back where I can put my head against there? And he was like, no.
No, that is not what you said.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
no, it is not. Not
ask
at all.
Lunsford. Lunsford knows he's not giving
Not
up
at
his
all.
seat.
You said, are you going to use the window? And I said, yes. And you said, well, I wanted to lean my head on it. And then you folded out your tray and laid your head down and went to sleep. So I thought, well, he found something else to put his head on.
Hey, a little more comfortable doing this.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that.
Well,
but
you were using
asked
the
me-
window to do this. You were like looking, you were playing some game, and you just look out every now
I
and
do.
then.
That's why I sit on the window seat. I have to look
You
out.
can't even
occasionally.
see anything.
You see the ground. I have to see the ground.
One more segment to go. So, but
Okay,
just real
shut up,
quickly,
Lance.
the creepy thing for me is the 2-year-old is being a 2-year-old with the young parents in front. And
Being loud.
She's being loud, but she turns around, and so I start talking to her, and she hands me a Cheerio. I eat the Cheerio. She takes her little bracelet off, and so we're playing all the way home.
But you're instigating because you're asking questions.
I'm
That's what he
asking
does.
questions to the kid.
That's what he
the
does.
kids
But it
turned
was
around.
just awkward. Like it was, can you sing? What's your favorite color? And I'm trying to sleep. And then
I'm trying to sleep.
No, I was. And Dunaway was like, yeah, my friend over there, like the girl said something. And Dunaway was like, yeah, my friend's trying to sleep. And I was like, but I'm not.
Yeah.
It's too loud.
Yeah.
Do mommy and daddy ever wrestle?
You should have done the window seat. You can lean your head over.
So what he thinks is really creepy, we're walking out, and the little girl reaches up to hold my hand. So down the walkway a little bit, I hold her hand with
It's a
her
great moment for Dunaway.
with
He
her
was it.
mommy,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure the guy behind me, her husband, takes the picture of us walking out together. But
I look back.
I was a grandfather figure to the 2-year-old, trying to keep
Dunaway swinging arms with her.
trying to keep the baby happy on the way home. Trust me, you'd have slept less if that baby had kept crying.
No, they probably would have put a pacifier in its mouth if you would have stopped talking to
No,
it.
I asked that question. They don't believe in pacifiers. They don't have pacifiers. I talked to them.
Well, you know what
about
they need to believe in? Driving as opposed to flying.
that. Because it was keeping LT up in the middle of
I
the
think it was
day.
keeping everybody up.
Yeah, that is our 4 downs today, brought to you by, yes, I was stranger danger on the plane, GP. 4 downs brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
4 locations. Again, local pizza, local ingredients created by the Bedalia brothers. Awesome stuff. Get in, try it today. 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Harbin's Outdoor brings you this final quick segment here, Harbin's Outdoors.
Yeah, one-stop shop for you. Jeremy and his team do a fantastic job. I know Little T's old man reached out to Jeremy and his team this past week. Again, whatever you need to do around that pool, that backyard, Harbin's Outdoors award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, again, one-stop shop for all your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. Beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718.
According to reports, Taylor Swift LT has turned down the offer to be the musical guest at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I just saw it on social media that she has turned this down. I don't have the details. Super Bowl coming up will be Super Bowl 58, I think, in Las Vegas. And we've always wondered, with her deal that she had with Coke, you know, Pepsi was always the halftime show. I don't know if Pepsi still is or not.
I don't think so. It's Apple Music halftime show, I think.
So this is what led to the offer, and it looks like she's not going to do it.
But it comes at a time she's coming off the richest tour ever. She owns her own music. She doesn't need the streaming hit that you get for being in the Super Bowl. Not really a good time for her to do it. Before she did this, it would have been a good time, but now doesn't need to be. Maybe in a couple of years.
Only thing she gets out of this is being able to say, just add it to her long list of accomplishments, which would probably be at the bottom of that list. But can you imagine how many people would have loved if she was doing this?
Oh, but that offer will still be there for Super Bowl 59.
Oh,
Super
any
Bowl
Super Bowl
60.
she wants.
That's exactly right.
I mean, they would even bump somebody.
That's right. It's no rush for her yet. So not, some of these other artists needed the bump.
Yeah, but it's just, you're right. It's amazing her level of success that she can say no to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean, almost any artist says yes.
A few people could. She doesn't have to.
Nope.
Not yet. Someday maybe. So no Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl. That'll make some of you happy, some of you sad. We are at Walk-On's Stadium Trace for Thursday night, then back Friday for a live show at 9 a.m. Central Time. Another dice roll on whether we get Rockstar in the Lounge on a Friday or not. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.